This page is the front cover of a SEGA Saturn magazine, and it's all about catching the killer titles for the end of the year. Virtua Cop 2 is heavily promoted, with a cool 3D render of a character holding a gun, and it's even mentioned as a special poster included in this issue. Featured games include Cyber Troopers Virtualan Oratorio Tangram, which is called Quo Vadis 2 here, and Enemy Zero. There's also talk about Shining the Holy Ark, and Mobile Suit Gundam Side Story 2, Blue Destiny, plus Lunar, Silver Star Story. Other games mentioned include Terra Fantastica, Ur's Adventure, a Hello Kitty game, a horse racing game called Yushun Classic Road, and a digital pinball game called Necronomicon. It looks like they are also covering Langrisser 2i and Ogre Battle, plus Riglord Saga 2. It's issue volume 20 from November 22, 1996, and cost 540 yen. This page showcases Riglord Saga 2, and it's being pushed as a real emotional powerhouse of a game. They're calling it a tactical RPG, and highlighting its evolved, oppressive 3D battle system, boasting about powerful 3D battles, and dynamic polygon terrain. The screenshots show off some in-game action, with characters battling on varied landscapes. They're also emphasizing the camera work and polygon graphics that create dramatic events, like land cracking and volcanoes erupting. Apparently, they've really beefed up the skills and techniques animation, and claim the game world is 3 times bigger than the original Riglord Saga, with a much grander story. The price is listed at 5,800 yen. There's a section about SEGA Saturn Digital Circus, which seems to be an event happening at various locations and dates in November and December, listing places like Landmark Tower Yokohama and Joyopolis Tokyo. It mentions something about polygon technology and surprises for attendees. Finally, there's a Happy Xmas Nights campaign for the SEGA Saturn 2nd anniversary, running from November 22nd to December 25th. If you buy a SEGA Saturn during this period, you get a Christmas Nights seasonal limited edition present, and it shows a picture of a white SEGA Saturn console and controller. The suggested retail price is 20,000 yen. This page appears to continue focusing on Riglord Saga 2, using the title Futatabi, which translates to again or once more, perhaps suggesting a continuation or sequel. It showcases a large group of characters in a heroic pose, some rendered in the 3D polygon style highlighted previously, and others in a more 2D anime style. These are likely the main characters from Riglord Saga 2, emphasizing the game's cast and visual style. The page also features the SEGA Saturn logo prominently at the bottom right, reiterating the console platform, and mentions the suggested retail price of 20,000 yen, possibly linking it to the Christmas Happy Xmas Nights campaign detailed on the previous page, suggesting this is the price of the SEGA Saturn console during the promotional period. This page is an advertisement for the game Magic Carpet on SEGA Saturn. It highlights that this is a best-selling game that is finally coming to Japan. The text mentions that the magic will be unleashed from the SEGA Saturn in autumn '96. The release date is stated as December 13th, with a price of 5,800 yen. It also mentions that the game is compatible with the multi-controller. The bottom text indicates copyright dates of 19,951,996 for Bullfrog Productions Limited. The background image features silhouetted buildings reminiscent of Middle Eastern or Indian architecture, fitting the theme of Magic Carpet. This page is showcasing the Digital Circus event coming to SEGA Saturn. It's described as a super entertainment live-action event using SEGA Saturn's digital technology, combined with the Bolshoi Circus. It looks like they're holding events at various locations across Japan in November and December, with dates and venues listed such as Yokohama Landmark Tower, Sapporo Factory Hall, Tokyo Joyopolis, and locations in Fukuoka, Hiroshima, Nagoya, and Osaka. There's also an advert for the SEGA Saturn 2nd Anniversary Happy Xmas Nights campaign, which is running from November 22nd to December 25th. If you buy a SEGA Saturn during this period, you'll get a Christmas Nights Winter Limited Edition as a present. The advert shows Nights with a present and a SEGA Saturn console and controller. The suggested retail price of the console is also listed as 20,000 yen, excluding tax. This page is an advertisement for the SEGA Saturn version of Samurai Spirits / of Destiny, also known as Samurai Showdown. IV. Amakusa's Revenge internationally. It's highlighting a special present campaign for buyers of the game. The advert details that 1,000 lucky customers will be chosen by lottery to receive special prizes when they purchase the SEGA Saturn version of Samurai Spirits Slash of Destiny. The prizes include a command list sticker, an original telephone card, and a sample CD of King of Fighters 96. The game is set to be released on November 8th and is priced at 5,800 yen for the CD single version and 8,800 yen for the value set, which includes a RAM cartridge. The advert also mentions to check the questionnaire postcard included with the game for details on how to enter the campaign. With the deadline being November 30th, same-day postage valid. There are images of characters from Samurai Spirits, including a wolf and what looks like Nakoru and possibly Rimuru. An image of the original telephone card prize is also shown. This page is an advertisement announcing the SEGA Saturn release of King of Fighters 96. It's being promoted as a perfect arcade port and is the third game to be compatible with the Saturn's RAM expansion cartridge. Mai Shiranui is featured prominently in a large image, and the page includes screenshots of gameplay, along with smaller images of Kyo and Iori. It seems like they are really pushing this as a top title for the SEGA Saturn. The next page showcases a game called Gekka no Kishi Ukakusen for the SEGA Saturn, published by Banpresto. This game appears to be a shogi, or Japanese chess simulation, based on the popular manga series Gekka no Kishi. The page features a large image of a character intensely focused on a shogi board, and several screenshots showing in-game action and character portraits during gameplay. It's advertised as a table game shogi title, scheduled for release in November 1996. Priced at 5,800 yen. At the bottom of the page, there's also a smaller advertisement for another game called Batsugun, described as the final STG shooting game from Toaplan, highlighting its popularity in arcades and promoting a complete SEGA Saturn port of the vertical scrolling shooter. This page introduces Battle Mobile Valva, a new armed car action game for the SEGA Saturn from Victor and Ancient. It's touted as a software-first and action game experience, focusing on vehicle combat. The game features both a story mode for 12 players and a multiplayer battle mode for up to 6 players. You can team up for tag battles and customize your vehicles extensively, choosing from over 50 types of weapons like black hole bombs and sonic waves. Car customization extends to engines, suspension, tires, and armor, offering over 15,000 combinations. The game boasts original characters designed by manga artist Yuki Hitoji, and the music is composed by Kotani Yuji and Kawahara Motohiro. Battle Mobile Valva is scheduled for release on November 29, 1996, at a price of 5,800 yen. There's also a small inset showcasing a buggy-type vehicle called Buggy, highlighting the customization aspect. The overall impression is of a chaotic and fun car combat game, with lots of customization options. This page is an advertisement for the Interactor, a virtual reality gameware system. It's pitched as a revolutionary home entertainment device that lets you experience powerful sound in your room. It's designed to make you feel sound with your whole body, not just hear it, regardless of the audio source, whether it's TV games, video software, CDs, computer software, or TV programs. It's touted as a body sonic experience device that transcends sight and hearing, inviting you to experience an unknown world. The ad highlights the Aura brand and shows the Interactor vest and a separate control unit. The price is listed at 14,800 yen, excluding tax, with an AC adapter sold separately. It's advertised as newly on sale and available at department stores, mass retailers, and toy stores. The Masudaya company is credited, dating back to 1724. This page is an advertisement for the Mika Akitaka Illustworks art book, which is a must-have for any fan of Yuna from the Galaxy Fraulein Yuna series. It's packed with beautiful CG illustrations by Mika Akitaka, the character designer. The art book showcases illustrations from the SEGA Saturn games, Galaxy Fraulein Yuna Remix, and Galaxy Fraulein Yuna 3, promising a large volume of content. It includes cell illustrations with CG backgrounds and music, and features not only Yuna, but also other heroines like Yuri and Aleklia, along with costumes that you wouldn't normally see in the games. The book also boasts a voice actress corner, and a profile of Mika Akitaka herself. Pre-orders are being taken until November 18th, with the book priced at 4,220 yen. It's scheduled to be released on December 20th. There's also mention of a special edition, which includes extra goodies, along with the art book. If you're a Yuna fan, This art book, published by Hudson Soft, looks like a great addition to your collection, offering a complete collection of Mika Akitaka's Yuna artwork. This page is an advertisement for the Enemy Zero Piano Sketches soundtracks. It's presented as a highly anticipated release from the interactive movie masterpiece, Enemy Zero. Composed by the renowned Michael Nyman. Kenji Ino, the scriptwriter and director of Enemy Zero, states that he wants to convey digital sorrow through this work. The soundtrack, Piano Sketches, features Michael Nyman himself performing piano arrangements of key themes from the game. It includes 3 pre-release tracks: Love Theme, Laura's Theme, and Digital Tragedy. The soundtrack, CD, bearing the catalog number KTCR 1403 and priced at 1,200 yen, is available now and includes a first-run bonus original sticker. A full original soundtrack album with 13 tracks is also announced for release in 1997. The bottom of the page provides contact information for Kitty Enterprises, the distributor. The page features an image of Michael Nyman and a scene from Enemy Zero, showcasing the game's futuristic and somewhat somber atmosphere. This page is an advertisement for a game called Funky Fantasy, described as a new sensory simulation role-playing game with a full-fledged parody element. It highlights that the game is realized with Sega's full cooperation and that Yoshimoto Kogyo is bringing their comedic sensibilities to game software. The advert boasts about a new system and the high-quality CG movie scenes. It shows various screenshots including cartoonish characters, strategic battles with monsters, and humorous scenes like a centaur archer and a dog character. The game is emphasized as the first release in the Yoshimoto Funky Fantasy series, and its release date is set for December 13th, with a price of 5,800 yen. The bottom of the page provides contact information for Yoshimoto Kogyo Company, Limited, and mentions it's for Sega Saturn. This page is an advertisement for Sankyo Fever Real Machine Simulation on the Sega Saturn. It looks like a pachinko simulation game, and the advert uses images of women in bikinis to draw attention. There's a film strip style section on the left, with images of a woman in a yellow bikini by a pool, and another larger picture on the right shows a woman in a pink bikini next to a pachinko machine. The text hints at it being a Sega Saturn exclusive version. It lists some of the pachinko machine models included in the simulation and mentions a release date of January 1997 with the price to be determined. It also includes contact details for the game company. The text on the film strip seems to be playful dialogue, adding to the suggestive nature of the advertisement. This page is about the upcoming Sega Saturn game, Blood Factory. It's described as an excessively violent and exhilarating shooting game. The premise involves 6 escaped prisoners in a factory-like prison, a hard-boiled setting, and they're forced to fight their way out using weapons. The tagline emphasizes the extreme violence, saying, "Violence becomes a habit, you can't stop laughing." The game is described as a scrolling shooter with 3D elements, featuring intense firefights and various items. You can choose from 6 unique characters and weapons, and 2-player simultaneous play is possible. It boasts high-quality graphics. The release is slated for November for the Sega Saturn. Below the game description, there is a screenshot of in-game action showing a top-down perspective with characters and enemies in a factory setting. At the bottom right, there are publisher details for Interplay and Gremlin Interactive, along with the Sega Saturn logo. This page is an advertisement from the game company Climax, announcing the establishment of their new interactive movie department and recruiting staff for it. They mention their history of developing 3D games like Landstalker and Dark Savior, and their desire to expand into CG movies. They are seeking people for various roles, including CG designers, planners, animators, programmers, art directors, and general affairs. The ad also briefly mentions the working conditions, covering salary, holidays, working hours, and benefits for potential employees. The background image is stated to be a CG movie still from their game, Dark Savior. This page is an advertisement for Interwave, an internet provider service for the Sega Saturn called Dial Q2. It's promoting how easy it is to get online with your Saturn using their service. The ad highlights that there are no initial costs, no monthly fees, and you don't even need a credit card to sign up. It's basically a guide showing you how to connect your Sega Saturn to the internet, step by step, using their included CD-ROM. The instructions cover turning on your Saturn, inserting the CD, connecting your phone line, and then following the on-screen prompts which are shown in screenshots. It walks you through setting up the connection, selecting the provider, and entering login details like login aid, password, and DNS address. The ad emphasizes how simple it is to browse the internet once you're connected, and even shows how to bookmark websites. It also includes contact information for interwaves, with phone numbers and an email address for inquiries. Basically, if you wanted to get your SEGA Saturn online in the late 90s in Japan, this ad is telling you interwave and dial Q2 is the easy way to do it. This page is advertising an MPEG Special Volume 3 Crydrom, which is described as a Crydrom entertainment video magazine. It seems to be packed with content for fans who love video game footage. The page highlights two main features. Firstly, it focuses on a voice actor boom and features interviews with 8 popular voice actors. We can see photos of 6 of them: Satomi Korogi, Yuko Iwata, Hiroko Kasahara, Mami Kingetsu, Ayako Taniguchi, and Yuko Mizutani, with a note stating, "and 2 others." The text mentions that the cover of this issue features Tomoe Sakurai. Secondly, it advertises a collection of the latest game demo footage, totaling 36 titles. Specifically mentioned are Cyber Troopers Virtualon and Shining the Holy Ark, amongst others. There's a screenshot from Cyber Troopers Virtualon showing a "You Win" screen. Separate sections are dedicated to Virtua Fighter 3 strategy tips, promising to reveal Sarah Bryant's beautiful secret techniques, and a scoop on Capcom Street Fighter X, teasing urgent footage from the game currently in development. Lastly, the page draws attention to a new buzzer-beater manga being serialized online, and an interview with Takehiko Inoue, the creator of Slam Dunk, hinting at a second part for Slam Dunk being in the works. This page advertises 2 adult-themed games for the SEGA Saturn. The first game is called Yakukin Special, which is described as a strip game featuring 12 beautiful women. It's priced at 6,800 yen, excluding tax. The advert mentions voice actors involved in the game, including names like A, and others. The second game advertised is Haunted Casino, an adult RPG casino game. It's described as having dummy head 3D sound and features poker, blackjack, roulette, and other casino games. This game is priced at 7,900 yen, excluding tax. Voice actors for this game are also listed, including Limbus and others. The advert mentions that the game uses realistic sound systems and features 8 beautiful women. Both games are clearly targeted at an adult audience, as indicated by the large X-rated 18+ labels and the phrase "Last Chance, Reprint Decision" at the top, suggesting these are re-releases of popular adult titles. There's also a warning: last 18-year-old unfulfilled software, implying these are among the last adult games for the 18+ market. This page is the second issue of SEGA Magazine. The main headline is a scoop about a new game from SEGA AM2, currently under the development code name Supercar Race. The page has sections called Arcade Express and Saturn Express. Arcade Express mentions games like Sega Touring Car Championship, Wave Runner and Die Hard Arcade, Dynamite Baseball, and Last Bronx, amongst others, set in Tokyo. Saturn Express highlights announcements for Christmas Night's Winter Edition, and that Die Hard Arcade is coming to Saturn on multiple platforms. Other Saturn games mentioned include Cyber Troopers Virtualon, Virtua Cop 2, and Victory Goal Worldwide Edition. There's a prize press section asking, "Who is Keoruko?" A special feature introduces new metal games from AM6, specifically Royal Ascot 2 and Bingo Party Phoenix. Finally, there is an ATP feature discussing another way to enjoy Joyopolis, saying, "It's fun to act with." The bottom of the page mentions it's published by SoftBank and available at bookstores and amusement spots. This page is dedicated to Virtua Fighter 3 merchandise. It's advertising the Virtua Fighter 3 official guidebook, which is already on sale and supervised by Yu Suzuki from AM2. Fans are also encouraged to pre-order the Virtua Fighter 3 calendar for 1997, touted as essential for Virtua junkies and featuring brand new CG artwork of the characters. It even shows a small preview of the calendar with character art. Additionally, there are announcements for 2 more Virtua Fighter 3 guidebooks on the way, a playing guide coming soon, and an advanced guide planned for release towards the end of the year. The calendar is priced at 1,800 yen, and the page includes a pre-order form for people to reserve theirs. This page is the table of contents for the magazine, and it's packed with exciting games. The main visual is of nights, hinting at a feature on Christmas Nights into Dreams, which is listed under a special reports section, along with Daytona USA Circuit Edition. There's a good mix of genres covered, with fighting games like Virtual On, Die Hard Arcade, Dynamite Deca, and Virtua Cop 2. For RPG fans, there's Quo Vadis 2, Planetary Assault Ovenray, Enemy Zero, Dukusei 2, and Tears, Dukoku, Classic Road. If you're into quirky action, Parodius Forever With Me is there. Wrestling fans get Fighter Pro Wrestling S. 6-men scramble and puzzle enthusiasts have Super Puzzle Fighter 2X. Also mentioned are Shining Wisdom, Terra Fantastica, Far East of Eden, The Apocalypse IV, Galaxy Fraulein Yuna, My Dream on Air Gamma Tenakute, and Zero Yan Champ Doozy. There are also dedicated sections like Sega AM2 Research Institute Express Neo, which focuses on Virtua Fighter, 3 secret techniques, and a special project about GDNet News, including an interview with Alpha System, discussing the future of the Lunar and Slayers series. It looks like a really exciting issue for Sega Saturn fans. This Sega Saturn news page previews upcoming and recently released titles. New release title highlights fighting game compilations like Legend of K1, The Best Collection, and others, including Maria. Coming Soon Soft features upcoming games across various genres, such as Shining the Holy Ark and NFL Quarterback Club 97. SEGA Saturn Soft Complete Guide provides in-depth guides for games like Sakura Wars and Lunar. Silver Star Story. Smaller features include AM1, focusing on wave planner strategies, and AM3 Rush, covering Last Bronx secrets. Finally, a game index provides a comprehensive directory of games and page numbers for quick reference. This page showcases guidebooks for 3 popular Sega Saturn games. At the top, there's an advertisement for the Sakura Wars Original Artwork and Setting Material Collection, a must-have book for Imperial Assault Force Flower Division fans. It's packed with concept art, staff interviews, information on related merchandise, and even includes presents. This book promises to be a grand overview of the Sakura Wars world, and as a bonus, it comes with a fold-out poster and cosplay patterns for the Flower Division's combat outfits. It's scheduled for release in November and priced at 2,000 yen. Below left is the Fighting Vipers Perfect Guide for Sega Saturn. This guide promises complete capture strategy guide for Fighting Vipers, covering everything from the game system itself to hidden characters like Pepsi Man and Kuma-chan. It will feature detailed character data, techniques, and even information on hidden features. This guide is slated for release in December with a price of 1,400 yen. On the right is the Master of Monsters, Neo Generation's official guide. This is advertised as a complete solo play guide, featuring detailed map strategies and comprehensive monster data, covering over 130 monsters. It also promises to explain all the new elements, like magic and monster fusion. The guide emphasizes its appeal to simulation game fans and claims to be the ultimate strategy resource for Masumon, Master of Monsters. This guide is also due in November and priced at 1,100 yen. All of these guidebooks are published by SoftBank Publishing Division. This page is all about the game Battle Athletes Daiundu Kai. It's announcing a media mix for the franchise, meaning we can expect comics, crids, and OVAs alongside the game. There's an emergency announcement section hyping up the game's release, mentioning it's just 1 month away, and talking about pre-order campaigns and special items you can get your hands on. The main image features Akari Kanzaki, voiced by Ryo Natsuki, who is central to the game. It looks like you'll be training her in a mentor role to win the prestigious Great Athletic Meet. They are emphasizing the huge amount of content with over 130 events to experience, challenging players to see how many they can complete, and hinting at surprising training scenarios. At the bottom, it again shouts about this special report on the full scope of Battle Athletes Daiundu Kai, confirming a release date of November 29th and a price of 5,800 yen. Battle Athletes Daiundu Kai is a hot blood education simulation game focused on training young female athletes to compete in the Great Athletic Meet. Players coach girls aiming to reach the University Satellite, a future space institution for athletic training. The game features training with surprises and variety, echoing classic sports anime. The University Satellite is a pivotal element, a massive space-based academy where talented women are groomed to represent Earth in competitions. Winning earns the coveted title of Cosmo Beauty. The game introduces several characters, including Akari Kanzaki, Tanya Natividad, Miranda Oldis, Jessie Gartland, One Linfa, and Ira Vefalaska de Rosnovsky. Each girl brings a unique background and personality, representing different parts of the world, setting the stage for their journey to athletic stardom. This page dives into the nitty-gritty of training and battle athletes Daiundu Kai and teases the exciting story elements. Check 1 highlights the intensive man-to-man training system, emphasizing that it's not just about mindless drills. It talks about balancing training schedules and avoiding overexertion, showing it's a thoughtful approach to coaching. We see screenshots of various training exercises like tire dragging, push-ups, and even sticky mat running, showcasing the variety. It mentions that these training menus are selectable from a panel. Check 2 shifts, focus to the story, promising a rich narrative experience alongside the training. It boasts over 130 events, which are apparently fully voiced and visualized with tour motion, maybe meaning smooth animation or cutscenes. It mentions romantic developments happening amidst the daily training grind, with events like pool scenes, nighttime secrets, and confrontations with rivals. They are really pushing the romance aspect that blossoms from daily training. The screenshots preview some of these story scenes, including what looks like a late-night conversation and a tense moment by a pool. It sounds like there's a lot more than just sports going on in this hot blood education simulation. This page is an exciting announcement for the upcoming Battle Athletes Daiundukai game. It seems to be promoting a special event, or perhaps a pre-order campaign for the game. The page details that on November 29th, at software stores all over the country, there will be something happening related to this hot-blooded, beautiful girl sports spirits simulation game. The entry fee, or price, is listed as 5,800 yen. As an added bonus, everyone who participates, probably by pre-ordering at certain stores, gets a special gift, a poster, and a CD single. They mentioned to check online for more details. The artwork shows the energetic cast of girls, all geared up in their sporty outfits, ready to compete. They're definitely trying to create a buzz and encourage everyone to get involved with the game when it comes out. SEGA Saturn Magazine is going weekly, starting January 31st, aiming to be the premier source for Saturn news and in-depth content. They are also seeking new writers and assistant editors with strong writing and design skills to contribute to the magazine. Knowledge of games is essential. Experience isn't required. Additionally, Ubisoft held a Street Racer Extra tournament on October 23rd, with a trip to France as the grand prize. Finally, Sunrise is releasing a PC database on December 6th, dedicated to 12 giant robot anime series, spanning over 20 years. Bandai will launch a Gunpla database on November 28th, focusing on early Gundam kits, including information on models and commercials. This page features a variety of entertainment news and product announcements. Starting off, there's a Christmas live event called Val Project, happening at On Air West, featuring voice actors and music. Next, Japan Victor is giving away AV selectors, specifically the JXS8 model, to 3 lucky people who apply by mail. There's also information on new virtual eyeglasses, boasting high picture quality at a reasonable price. These are display glasses for games with an 80-inch screen equivalent and stereo headphones, costing around 60,000 yen. In music releases, we have singles from Every Little Thing with Future World, Elephant Kashimashi's Kanashimi no Hate, and Jun Miya's Naitemo Chikyu wa Mawataru. Mario Hashi's Shiny Lucky Lady is also highlighted. For game music, there's the Heartbeat Scramble original soundtrack and the soundtrack for the arcade crossover fighting game X-Men vs. Street Fighter, both promising exciting music. Additionally, singles from Spitz with Indigo Chihaizen and Mami Kinatsuki with Kathy are advertised. And for Sakura Wars fans, next year's calendar is announced, packed with full-color illustrations and character art. Lastly, there's a promotional announcement for the Mobile Suit Gundam ZZ Laserdisc box set release, with a giveaway of telecards for lucky applicants. The SEGA Saturn software sales chart is led by Langrisser 2i, a title known for its character design and gameplay. Lunar Silver Star Story, a recommended remake, takes second, followed by the popular Sakura Wars in third. Romance of the Three Kingdoms 5, praised for its strategy, secures fourth place. Other top 10 games include Mobile Suit Gundam Side Story 1, Street Fighter Alpha 2, Eternal Melody, Master of Monsters, Neo Generations, winning Post 2 Program 96, and Fighting Vipers. In the arcade video games top 5, Virtua Fighter 3 claims the top spot, lauded for its gameplay. Alpine Surfer takes second, followed by Last Bronx, Tokyo Bangaichi, Virtua Fighter 2, and Cybertroopers Virtualon. This page highlights two SEGA Saturn user polls. The first, SEGA Saturn want to convert top 20, reveals fans' desired arcade ports. Resident Evil topped the list, followed by Virtua Fighter 3 and Final Fantasy. Other popular choices included X-Men vs. Street Fighter, Dragon Quest, and Raystorm. The second poll, SEGA Saturn hopeful new soft top 15, focused on anticipated upcoming releases. Cybertroopers Virtualon led the way, followed by EO, Enemy Zero, and Grandia. Notable titles included Far East of Eden, The Apocalypse I-5, The King of Fighters 96, and Tactics Ogre. Brief game descriptions are included, such as Virtualon's twin-stick support and EO's cinematic style. The page emphasizes the excitement surrounding the Saturn's upcoming game lineup. This page of the SEGA Saturn Reader Poll features Oz's Saturn A ranking, showcasing reader-voted top games, with Sakura Wars, Street Fighter 02, and Nights into Dreams at the top. The page also spotlights new game releases. SEGA Rally Championship Plus is praised for its analog controls and immersive gameplay. Langrisser 2i, the latest installment in a fan-favorite series, is lauded for its hero customization and engaging gameplay, despite loading times. Finally, Winging Post 2 Program 96 is highlighted as a detailed horse racing simulation game, emphasizing the romance and drama of horse racing. The page continues the previous theme, using reader opinions and reviews to promote and discuss SEGA Saturn games. This page continues the SEGA Saturn Reader Poll, presenting Oz's Saturn B ranking, another list of games as voted by readers, following on from the A ranking featured in the previous page. This list highlights a diverse selection of Saturn titles across various genres that are well regarded by players. Moving on to new game introductions, we have Eternal Melody, an action RPG that is praised for its ability to draw players into the emotional depth of the story and its engaging gameplay mechanics. For those who enjoy simulations, Deslot is featured as a realistic and addictive patchy slot simulation, while Haunted Casino offers a deep and strategic casino gaming experience. The Psychotron is presented as an adventure game that stands out with its unique and immersive atmosphere. Lastly, Death Crimson is introduced as an action shooting game that delivers visually impressive gameplay at a bargain price. These new titles cover a broad range of game types, showcasing the diverse gaming experiences available on the SEGA Saturn, from story-driven RPGs to immersive simulations and action-packed shooters. This issue features a spotlight on Magic Knight Rayearth for the SEGA Saturn, an action RPG praised for its story, visuals, smooth 3D graphics, and voice acting. The review highlights its accessible yet deep gameplay, faithful anime adaptation, exciting action, intuitive controls, and character customization. It also notes the party-based combat feels focused on a single character. Peripheral reviews include the SBOM Joy-Card 8.833310, lauded for its build quality and responsiveness, and the Fighter Stick X02 8.210, praised for its design and satisfying button clicks. The issue also includes a reader poll, Oz's Saturn C ranking, showcasing popular Saturn games. Finally, a section titled Des Terrors Roar, Super Demon King Descends, teases the game Des Terror, involving a battle against a giant demon king. This page of SEGA Saturn Magazine is all about reader polls and predictions. It kicks off by teasing next issue's predictions, focusing on popular RPGs and checking their rankings, wondering if Decky is any good. There's a section with readers' comments from off-track betting, mentioning games like Virtual Bardier and praising Magic Knight Rayearth. Looking ahead to the November issue, they're discussing game rankings and the continued popularity of Virtua Fighter 2. Readers are also giving their predictions for upcoming games, with Legend of Ogre Battle getting some attention. They've got Oz's peripheral ranking here, listing the top Saturn peripherals based on reader votes. At the top is the Virtua Stick Pro, followed by the Real Arcade VF and VirtuaCon controller. The Saturn Multi-Controller and the SBOM Joy-Card also rank highly. There's talk about whether certain game series will continue, particularly regarding Capcom's new products and Saturn peripherals. Readers are also anticipating games like Sakura Wars in another section of predictions. There's a section called Oz's Prediction, which seems related to these reader forecasts. Finally, there's info on a special prize draw with 3 courses to choose from. Readers can win things like a power memory and joystick set, or a wireless controller set, or a joystick and Saturn software. To enter, you need to send in a postcard with votes and comments on games and peripherals. They are looking for predictions for upcoming games, Oz's odds, and other requested software. This page is all about a special Christmas treat from Sonic Team. It's Christmas Nights into Dreams. It's being touted as a winter limited edition of the game, and apparently, it's complete at 100%. This isn't something you can just buy in stores though. It's a mail-order only item from SEGA, and pre-orders start from November 8th. Good news for those with SEGA multi-controllers. It's compatible. Sonic Team is calling this the best year-end gift, and they're bringing back Nights as a Christmas-themed stage. The really cool thing is that everyone who applies is guaranteed to get this limited edition item, which is the software, on its own. No need for the base game. To get your hands on it, you need to make a phone call. There's a handling fee of 1,500 yen. The application period runs from November 8th all the way to January 31st of next year, and they'll start sending them out from November 22nd. It seems like Sonic is making a special appearance in Knight's World for this Christmas edition, which sounds pretty awesome. There are also pictures of some in-game presents and a Christmas-themed box for the game. This page is all about Christmas Nights, a special Christmas version from Sonic Team. It's subtitled, Elliot and Clarice, and the Dream the Two Saw in White Christmas. The page highlights the brand new opening visuals made specifically for Christmas Nights, which set a wonderful Christmas mood, and the town is beautifully decorated in red and green for Christmas. The article describes the atmosphere of the town, filled with people busily searching for presents, and Elliot and Clarice are among them. Everyone, from adults to children, and the elderly, are excitedly anticipating the new year in this lively, snow-covered town. It's mentioned that in the center of the town are twin towers, brightly lit and decorated like giant Christmas trees. There's even a shining star atop one of the towers. This special Winter Nights edition offers 4 different night stages to enjoy throughout the winter season. Unlike the standard game, where stages change with the Saturn's internal clock, here you can freely select these winter stages. The game features winter-themed background music and visuals, creating a snowy and festive atmosphere. The article also draws attention to the sea clock feature, emphasizing that setting the correct date in the game is important to experience the full winter atmosphere as intended. It sounds like a truly special Christmas gift from Sonic Team. Christmas Nights transforms Springle Valley into a winter wonderland. The core level design remains, but the objects and atmosphere are entirely new, offering a dreamlike experience with Elliot. Christmas-themed items, like decorated idea palaces and Cracker Dash balls, enhance the festive environment. Elliot takes center stage in Springle Valley, with altered chip and ring placements. The first boss, Gilwing, receives a winter makeover. As Christmas nears, the Christmas Nights mode becomes available, featuring a Christmas medley soundtrack, and Knights dressed as Santa Claus. After Christmas, the Night Short version returns Springle Valley to its original spring setting with the original characters. The Christmas Nights mode offers several exciting presents. Players collect icons by clearing the game, leading to a matching game element for even more rewards. The first present is karaoke, featuring the song Dreams Dreams in Spring Valley, with adjustable key settings. Present number 2 is Link Attack, a time-unlimited mode in Spring Valley to achieve high link counts. Present number 3 is a time attack mode, also set in Spring Valley, challenging players to clear the level quickly with speed boosts. Finally, present number 4 involves a panel matching game after dream completion, where the player's rank in the dream determines the number of pairs to match to earn mystery content-filled presents. Quote, Christmas Nights presents 4 through 9 offer a variety of features. The Melody Box lets players remix dream music using Nightopian emotions. The Nightopian Collection explores the emotions of Nightopians based on a life data. A Sonic the Hedgehog segment allows players to control Sonic in a night-style level, focusing on time attack and battling Drive Eggman. The Knights Museum is a visual archive of characters and backgrounds, including unreleased content. Knights Goods is a database of character merchandise, showcasing available and collectible items, including a potential American Knights cap. Finally, Movie 1 and 2 1.2 presents 2 previously unreleased movie clips, including footage from the '96 Tokyo Toy Show. This page is all about Christmas Nights, the special Christmas version of Nights into Dreams. The article begins by detailing how the project started from casual conversations within the magazine company and evolved into a full-fledged project after the main development of Nights into Dreams concluded. They wanted to create something that captured the Christmas atmosphere, even in the trial version. The development started in August, initially planned for a short 2-month sprint, but it grew more ambitious and enjoyable as they worked. The interview section features comments from developers, including Mr. Nakagi, the producer, and Miss Sasaki Akikiko, likely involved in sound or narration. Mr. Nakagi mentions the game's design, aiming for a picture book style, with direct drawing by Mr. Oshima and Mr. Sasaki handling story aspects. He humorously notes that Nightopian design was initially intended to be female but ended up being neutral. He hopes people will enjoy playing in pairs during Christmas. Ms. Sasaki mentions that the night piano songs are improved, and suggests the narration will be crucial for conveying the game's world. The page highlights point checks, focusing on gameplay differences. Claris Dream and Elliot Dream sections explain how their dream levels differ in Christmas Nights, noting different background objects depending on the season. Night piano is also featured, emphasizing its improved Nightopian sounds and how players can enjoy creating music and listening to Nightopian voices during Christmas events within the game. Screenshots show gameplay featuring Claris and Elliot in Christmas-themed levels. This page delves deeper into Christmas Nights, with an interview from Sonic team members Matsumoto Takuya and Oshima Naoto. Matsumoto, the programmer, talks about adding seasonal changes to the game and the music program, while Oshima, the director, reveals that Sonic himself makes an appearance in Christmas Nights. It seems Sonic appears in the dreams of Night, using his own model, and Night then appears in Sonic's dream. Quite a crossover. The page highlights gameplay points, showing that in Christmas Nights, Sonic gets to run through dream worlds. It mentions that Sonic's appearance is a special treat, and not part of the main gameplay. You can even see screenshots of Sonic gameplay in a Christmas-themed level, including a boss battle against Eggman. Apparently Sonic even strikes poses in these dream levels. Another section focuses on seasonal costume changes for Claris and Elliot. Depending on the season, their outfits change. They showcase Winter Nights, Christmas Nights, and Happy New Year Nights costumes. For example, Christmas Nights gives them Santa-like outfits, and for Happy New Year Nights, they get a party dress style. It seems the game really embraces the seasonal theme with these detailed costume variations. This page continues the interview with Sonic team members about Christmas Nights. They talk more about the music arrangements in the game, and how they wanted to create something really special for Christmas. They mention that Sonic appears in Night's dream, and Night appears in Sonic's dream, which sounds like a fun crossover. They also mention the game has seasonal changes, and depending on the season, things will change within the game world. The page also announces the results of the Christmas to Enliven High Score Contest, a 6-week-long event that ran from July 5th to August 31st. It seems to have been a big deal, with tons of entries and high scores. The contest covered various stages in the game, like Spring Valley, Mystic Forest, Software Museum, Splash Garden, Frozen Dome, and Stick Canyon. There are tables showing the top 5 players in each of these categories, with their scores and locations, but there are too many names to mention them all individually. The prizes for winners were pretty cool, including things like SEGA Saturn consoles, Knights, special goods, and original t-shirts from Sonic Team. It seems like a great way to get fans involved and celebrate Christmas Nights. Daytona USA Circuit Edition, a SEGA Saturn title nearing 75% completion, is previewed, promising a revitalized racing experience. The article highlights 3 courses: the familiar but improved 3-7 Speedway, boasting enhanced graphics and smoother performance with up to 40 cars on screen; National Park Speedway, a visually stunning new course; and Speedway Park Speedway, offering a balanced, atmospheric experience with technical challenges. The developers aim to closely replicate the arcade experience, with a focus on the time attack mode. They've added details like pit lane trailers and refined programming. Notably, pit stops will be disabled in this time attack mode, unlike a previous version. The preview suggests a strong commitment to delivering an exciting racing game for the SEGA Saturn. Daytona USA Circuit Edition previews 3 courses. Dinosaur Canyon offers medium-level thrills with improved scenery, particularly in tunnels and S-curves. Seaside Street Galaxy, an upper-level course, recreates iconic original elements with enhanced textures, encouraging drifting and cornering. Desert City, the second new course, emphasizes a rough off-road feel with train cars, aiming for realistic visuals and gameplay. Developers highlight improved visuals, including sky and smoke effects, across all courses, aiming to deliver an immersive racing experience. The Daytona USA Circuit Edition page showcases 8 cars, with detailed breakdowns of 4, Hornet, Gallop, Max, and Phoenix. The Hornet is a balanced, easy-to-handle car, while the Gallop offers similar performance with a rear-wheel drive feel. Max prioritizes acceleration and grip, designed for beginners. Phoenix, the most powerful, is challenging, requiring skilled steering. Each car description includes a designer's comment. An interview with developers Murayama and Sato reveals the game is 75% complete, based on the European version, with adjustments for the Japanese audience. They reiterate that key performance indicators are max speed, acceleration, and grip, using star ratings as guides. They recommend Max and Wolf for beginners, Hornet and Gallop for experienced players, emphasizing a balance for both skill levels and the continuity of drifting mechanics. This page details 4 cars in Daytona USA Circuit Edition. The Oriole, a yellow car, boasts high acceleration and top speed, but understeers, favoring experienced players. The Magic, a green car, offers balanced stats, easy handling, and is designed to evoke a mystical feeling. The Red Wolf has excellent acceleration and grip, suitable for beginners and technical courses, representing a wild, aggressive nature. Lastly, the White Balance provides good grip and top speed, forgiving drifting, and a well-rounded feel, despite lacking in acceleration. Each car's driving style is revealed, along with its developers' insights and performance stats presented in a 5-star rating system. This page announces the completion of Cybertroopers Virtual On for the SEGA Saturn, reaching a 100% completion rate. It highlights this as a special report, mentioning the release date of November 29th and a price of 5,800 yen. The game supports 1 to 2 players versus battles and is compatible with twin sticks. The article excitedly declares that the ultimate secret of the Saturn version has been revealed, and that Yagarande can be used. Yagarande, a boss character, is now playable in the Saturn version, which is presented as a significant new feature and a new mode of power. The text explains that the Master version sample is finally complete, and Saturn-exclusive features are confirmed, including ranking and replay modes. It emphasizes the appeal of using Yagarande as a playable character, describing the powerful feeling of controlling it, and suggests players will be surprised by its strength compared to other machines. The page encourages players to experience the unique feeling of piloting Yagarande. This page continues the scoop on Virtual On, revealing the powerful mid-boss character Yagarande, also known as VR Jaguarandi, is now playable. The page highlights this with a wireframe render and data, noting that details like height, weight, and generator power are still unknown. There are a series of images depicting Yagarande's launch sequence, showing it deploying from a hangar and taking to the skies. Gameplay screenshots are also featured, showing combat situations, weapon effects, and even a U-win screen. The weapon display in the game is mentioned as unclear or unknown. There's a section called Drive Watari Saturn Edition Check, where Drive Watari gives his impressions, mentioning the appealing visuals, engaging gameplay, and the overall fun factor of the game. He seems to be enjoying the Saturn version and its new additions. This page dives deeper into the SEGA Saturn version of Virtual On, revealing 5 game modes in total. Beyond the standard arcade, versus, and option modes, there are 2 brand new additions. The first is Ranking Mode, a mode where you fight against a set of comm-controlled opponents within a 90-second time limit, with your performance being evaluated. This mode features both All Attack, where you face all opponents in sequence from Temjin to Zegrat, and One Attack, where you fight only one opponent. The second new mode is Replay Mode, which lets you save and rewatch your arcade and versus mode battles to analyze your gameplay. You can even jump into a replay mid-playback. The page also features Drive Watari's Saturn Edition check sections, where he recommends Virtual On as a great single-player experience and ideal for home play, emphasizing its arcade-style simplicity and the importance of aiming accuracy for high scores. In another section, Drive Watari encourages players to calmly review their replays to understand their gameplay better and improve their skills, suggesting it's a fun way to learn. Finally, there's a section titled Satisfaction Level Towards the Completed Saturn Version, quote, where the reviewer expresses initial concerns about the development length, but ultimately praises the final product as incredibly enjoyable and a must-buy, especially before the Christmas season, recommending twin-stick controllers for the best experience. The next page announces the Saturn port of the arcade hit Dynamite Deca, known internationally as Die Hard Arcade. This action-packed game stars two explosive detectives, Bruno Dellinger and Cindy Holiday, ready to kick butt on the Saturn. It's highlighted as a perfect port of the STV arcade version and boasts two-player simultaneous play. The page is filled with screenshots showing off the game's action, including moves like the giant swing, German suplex, and somersault kick, emphasizing the dynamic combat. There's a special report section confirming it's a Sega title, slated for release in January '97 for 5,800 yen. The gameplay revolves around punching, kicking, and throwing enemies to take down terrorists and rescue the mayor's daughter. It's mentioned that all characters are rendered in 3D polygons, promising smooth and fluid animations. The reviewers seem pretty hyped, with speech bubbles at the top expressing surprise at Cindy Holiday's appearance and excitement for Dellinger, asking if he's ready for action with PPKKP, which probably refers to some kind of combo. Overall, it's presented as a must-have action title that brings the arcade excitement to your home. This page is all about digging into what makes Dynamite Deca, which we know as Die Hard Arcade outside of Japan, so dynamite. It points out three key things. First up, it's called the industry's first polygon-based scrolling action game, which was a big deal back then. Secondly, it's boasting action movie-style dramatic scenes throughout. And lastly, it's mixing fighting game moves with action gameplay for a new kind of feel. The basic moves are punch, kick, and throw. And your mission is to rescue the president's daughter from terrorists who've taken over a skyscraper. There are screenshots showing regular attacks, using weapons, and performing throws. The text explains you can do punch and kick combos, pick up weapons like rifles, and pull off throws like German suplexes. It really pushes the dynamic action and how many different moves you can use to take down enemies. It's all about that fast-paced, over-the-top action experience. This page is all about the upcoming release of Virtua Cop 2. It's counting down to the release date of November 22nd, saying, they are coming back. The game is priced at 5,800 yen, and it's a gun-shooting game compatible with the Virtua gun and mouse. It's boasting a 100% completion rate for this preview. And it's scoop number 1. The big news is a brand new course for Stage 3 called Saturn Way. Apparently, this new course appears in Stage 3, after the train section in Stage 1. For more details, we are told to check page 2. There are screenshots showing off gameplay, including scenes from this new Saturn Way stage. Right at the bottom it teases, car chase again, hinting at another car chase sequence, which sounds like an unexpected development. We're told more details are on page 54. The Saturn version of Virtua Cop 2 features exciting additions. Virtua Cop 1 mode recreates the original game's scoring and aiming mechanics as a tribute. Gun Select mode allows players to pause and switch between weapons like the Magnum, shotgun, rifle, and machine gun, offering unlimited continues and enhanced gameplay depth. Also included is the complete advertising demo from the arcade version, allowing players to experience the original Virtua Cop 2 demo on their Saturns. The developers note potential visual differences in character models compared to the arcade version and are eager for player feedback. This page checks out a portion of the Saturn exclusive course called Saturn Way in Virtua Cop 2. It highlights that in Stage 3, the route branches, showing screenshots of different paths after disembarking a train. There's a car chase sequence and an infiltration of an enemy base shown. The developers from AM2 comment that creating this new course was tough, as they started from scratch and had to adjust details. They mention the stage is set outdoors, with rooftop action. Moving on, the page discusses this month's cover poster for the magazine, focusing on Virtua Cop 2. Apparently, The poster features characters from Virtua Cop 2, specifically Rage and Janet. It's noted that the poster was designed to really capture the game's feeling. There's also an announcement about the new Virtua gun and optional items releasing on November 22nd. It's highlighted as being for Virtua Cop 2, with yellow coloring on the trigger and start button, and new packaging. One of the optional items is the screen mount sight, an accessory that attaches to the Virtua gun to make aiming easier. It will cost 1,200 yen, and also releases on November 22nd, made by Tanio Koba. Finally, the page touches on the magazine's cover and poster again. The cover is described as simple yet effective. The poster featuring Janet is mentioned as being aimed at male fans, and there might be strategy guides included with it. This page dives into Planetary Assault, Valdezard 2, a new SF simulation RPG for the Saturn. It's set to launch in March, priced at 6,800 yen, and is a single-player game suitable for all ages. The game is described as a tactical combat strategy title set in a brand-new star system, about a year after the original Quo Vadis. It revolves around the protagonist Ovan Ray, and unfolds a dramatic galactic war. The developers are emphasizing realistic world-building and game systems. The special report section highlights the strategic depth, showing a stellar map and mentioning planetary control and resource management as key elements. Apparently, the game features 6 main planets, each with unique environments. The article also boasts about the luxury staff behind the game, mentioning key figures from renowned anime and game franchises. This includes the overall director known for Super-Dimensional Fortress Macross, the character designer who worked on the previous Quo Vadis, and the mechanical designer famed for Zeta Gundam. The scenario writer is credited with Armored Trooper Votoms, indicating a strong pedigree of talent working on this Saturn title. It seems like they're really pushing the quality and pedigree of the team behind this game. This page continues the coverage of Planetary Assault, Valdezard 2, highlighting its dramatic story driven by digital animation. The game emphasizes a cinematic experience with dense storytelling and action-packed scenes, moving away from traditional facial animation for a higher quality visual presentation. The page then introduces key characters burdened by fate. First, there's Hilda Berlin, described as Ovan Ray's 19-year-old childhood friend, and perhaps a rival. Ovan Ray himself is the main protagonist, a skilled pilot in the Crimson Iron Unit, part of the Assault Armor Corps, a 2 platoon, known for his cool demeanor. Finally, Dion White is introduced as a military strategist and elite soldier of G.O.A. It seems an incident from 8 years prior, involving G.O.A. brought Dion and Hilda to Ovan's unit. Dion, despite being a strategist, has seemingly lost his higher position, and now serves under Ovan's command in the Crimson Iron Unit. The character designs for the game are by Haruhiko Mikimoto, famous for his work on Macross. He's building upon his previous designs from Quo Vadis to create the characters for this new title. The page also includes character portraits and a screenshot showcasing in-game sniper action. Planetary Assault, Valdezard 2 is a mission-based simulation RPG with a real-time combat system. Players command an assault armor, a 2 unit, issuing commands like movement and weapon selection. The game features the STS-2 system, providing real-time information for strategic depth, including moral values for characters. The game aims for a dramatic battlefield experience, showing city damage and friendly fire. A 9F4 Felon assault armor, a melee unit, is detailed with specifications and customizable loadouts. An auto mode is available for players. The mission debriefing section, utilizing STS-2, storytelling simulation system, displays mission results like time, enemies destroyed, friendly fire, and rank, further enhancing the game's realism and cinematic drama. This page features a special interview focusing on Planetary Assault, Valdezard 2, where the developers discuss their goal of blending dramatic storytelling with intense battlefield action within a single game system. Game director Otsu Yasuhiko and game/scenario writer Otsu Tamio are interviewed here. The development team emphasizes that Valdezard 2 is a significant departure from the first game, aiming to create a completely new and immersive world. They are using assault armors in novel ways and focusing on a strong protagonist to enhance the narrative. A key element is creating realistic battlefields, depicting urban warfare, friendly fire incidents, and a sense of being truly present in the combat zone. They are striving for quality, expressing a desire to silence any potential criticism with the game's excellence. Morale is highlighted as an important aspect, especially in single-player mode, to prevent players from feeling isolated. Player freedom is paramount, extending to both gameplay and control mechanics. The game aims to deliver impactful dramatic moments and deep immersion. The interview mentions Quo Vadis 2 as the game title, and the page includes a photo of the development team at what appears to be a presentation event for the game. This page continues the interview with the developers of Planetary Assault, Valdezard 2. The interview delves into the game's characters, emphasizing that character-driven drama is central to the narrative. They aim to make the characters feel very real, even within the context of war and mecha battles. The team highlights that the game's scenarios are designed to be deeply engaging for adults and are structured like dramatic storytelling, almost like a TV drama. The developers mention they are striving for a realistic depiction of the game world and promise a hard-hitting experience for players commanding their assault armors. They hope players will enjoy this aspect of the game. The page also highlights a release commemoration present, where fans can win signed panels featuring character artwork from Quo Vadis 2. There are 10 panels shown, each with character art and autographs from voice actors. The page provides instructions for how to apply for this giveaway, including details like writing your address, name, age, profession, phone number, and desired panel number on a postcard, and sending it to the magazine's address by November 21st. There's also a photo on this page featuring a man in casual clothing, standing next to a large mecha suit prop, presumably related to Valdebazard 2. Enemy Zero is described as an interactive movie set on a spaceship, aiming for high-quality video playback comparable to MPEG. Players control the character Laura via the pad, influencing her movement within environments created from movies, allowing for detailed visuals despite the Saturn's hardware limitations. The game blends interactive movie elements with 3D explorations akin to games like Doom, incorporating information analysis and puzzle solving through in-game networks and terminals. This design emphasizes both movement and strategy against unseen enemies. The text concludes with pre-release details, including a December 16th release date, a price of 5,800 yen, and being released on 4 CDs. There is a special report included with a new interview with Kenji Ino. This article explores the psychological depth of Enemy Zero, focusing on Laura's dreamlike visions, possibly premonitions, or lost memories. The article suggests a connection between her amnesia, stemming from cold sleep, and the player's potential involvement in the narrative. Gameplay is also highlighted, emphasizing warp's balance adjustments as the game nears completion. Invisible enemies are a central mechanic, demanding players use the Visual Positioning System, VPS, to locate them by sound. The VPS provides directional and distance cues, requiring players to attack enemies head-on using the scope. Debugger feedback prompted adjustments in enemy placement to refine difficulty. Saving in Enemy Zero consumes battery power, a key survival element. The article recommends frequent saving, or komame save, using the voice recorder to avoid game overs due to battery depletion. This page is a special interview with Kenji Ino, likely about the game Enemy Zero. He states the game is in its final adjustment phase and aims to create something that will satisfy everyone. When asked about development progress, Ino mentions it's in a pretty tough phase, but nearing completion. The interviewer asks about the development status and difficulty, and Ino explains they are focused on adjusting the enemy balance based on debugger feedback. He mentions that the invisible enemies and visual positioning system, or VPS, are still being tweaked for difficulty. Ino talks about how initial playtests showed the enemies might be too strong, with only 1 out of 20 people being able to win. They are working on making the game challenging but not unfairly so, and are considering adding hints in the retail version. Ino acknowledges concerns about the game's difficulty being too high for casual players, and the need to cater to a broad audience, not just hardcore gamers. He mentions Sakura Wars, referred to as Sakura, selling incredibly well, suggesting a desire for wide appeal. He teases that Sakura Wars has sold over 400,000 copies and is still selling, expressing a desire for Enemy Zero to also be a big hit. Finally, Ino hints that more information will be revealed in the next issue, telling readers to look forward to it. The page ends with a large text saying, "Wait for the next issue." This page is a special report focusing on Dukyusei 2 for the SEGA Saturn, an adventure RPG from NEC Interchannel. It's highlighted as a highly anticipated title and is currently 50% complete. Key features mentioned are that it will be a 2-Krdrom game for 1 player, supports the shuttle mouse, and is recommended for ages 18 and up. The main selling point of this Saturn version is its significantly enhanced graphics. It boasts a super high resolution of 640 by 448 dots, a step up from the previous game, Dukyusei If, which had a resolution of 640 by 224. This means the graphics are said to be much more detailed and refined, offering a visual upgrade. Furthermore, the scenario and graphics content are described as being doubled compared to the PC version. The Saturn edition includes enhanced scenarios and visuals, with about 20% more volume overall. Essentially, they're promising a richer and more detailed experience on the Saturn compared to its PC counterpart. The screenshots show in-game scenes with characters and user interface elements, showcasing the visual style of the game. The next page dives deeper into Dukyusei 2 and introduces us to 7 of the heroines from the game. It's titled, Rumors of Ryunosuke Going Places, There's Romance, hinting at the player character's romantic adventures. We get character profiles, starting with Narusawa Yui, described as the childhood friend and older sister type. She's known for being cheerful and popular, but also a bit of a meddler. Then there's Mizuno Tomomi, the cool and intellectual type, who secretly harbors feelings for the protagonist. Kato Minori is portrayed as the earnest class representative, diligent in her studies but with a hidden side, hinted at as masochistic. Tsuzuki Kozue is the athletic tennis club member, known for her bright personality and a bit of a tomboyish charm, apparently drawing attention from older students. Shinohara Izumi is depicted as a quiet and reserved girl, often mistaken for being aloof, but actually just shy and gentle. Minamikawa Yuko is the older, sophisticated beauty, often seen riding a motorbike, and described as having a mature and somewhat melancholy aura. Lastly, Mujima Karen is the mysterious one, always sleepy and enigmatic, giving off an air of indifference. Each character section also includes small captions, adding flavor to their personalities, and hinting at their interactions within the game's romantic scenarios. The page layout is visually appealing, showcasing each girl with character art and small in-game scene snippets. It's definitely setting the stage to get players excited about meeting and romancing these diverse and intriguing heroines in Dukyusei 2. This page continues the character introductions, this time focusing on 8 women and 4 men, all potential romantic interests or characters related to the protagonist, presumably in Dukyusei 2. Among the women, we meet Katagiri Misuzu, an art teacher who feels trapped in her routine and yearns for escape. Nagashima Sachiko is the hard-working and lonely owner of a traditional inn, a widow raising her daughter. Yasuda Emi is a kind kindergarten teacher looking for love. Narusawa Misako, another widow, runs a bar and seeks companionship. Sugimoto Sakurako is a lonely student wanting to break free from dorm life. Nonomura Misato is a cheerful bus guide who loves meeting new people. Tanaka Misa, the daughter of an inn, feels confined by her upbringing and desires to break free. And lastly, Nagashima Kumiko, who is likely related to Nagashima Sachiko. The page also introduces 4 men connected to the protagonist Ryunosuke. Kawajiri Akira, Ryunosuke's cousin and judo club captain, is dedicated to martial arts. Sayuji Yuto, from a wealthy family, puts on a strong front, but is secretly weak. Nagaoka Yoshiki, from the photography club, is skilled with a camera and dreams of becoming a photographer. Tendo Shinkansen is a strict physical education teacher at the school. Overall, this page gives us a glimpse into the cast of characters that populate the world of Dukyusei 2, and hints at the various romantic and interpersonal dynamics players can explore. This page talks about a special feature for the Sega Saturn version of Dukyusei 2 called Graduates. It's described as the biggest original element for the Saturn release. Graduates is an extra scenario, separate from the main story of Dukyusei 2, set in the same town and at the same time. You play as a new protagonist during the winter break, making it like another Dukyusei 2. The text mentions that Graduates was originally released for PC as a mail-order-only add-on, considered rare by fans. Now it's being remade and included in the Saturn version as a bonus. It seems to have a similar amount of content to a regular game. Below this section, there's an interview with Mr. Akio Onuma, the development team director at NEC Interchannel. discussing the graphics of their games. He mentions that they focus on color depth and try to express an artistic feel in their graphics. The interviewer asks about the challenges of Saturn graphics, and Mr. Onuma talks about the limitations but also the artistic expression they can achieve. He highlights that Dukyusei 2 uses a lot of colors, especially for the Saturn, and they aim to create beautiful graphics that surpass the PC version, focusing on the atmosphere and feel of the original artwork. They use techniques like dithering and emphasize the artistic aspects to overcome hardware limitations. This page continues discussing the Graduate Special Edition of Dukyusei 2 for SEGA Saturn. It highlights that this version will have enhanced graphics compared to the PC original, aiming to surpass it in visual quality and atmosphere. The developers at NEC Interchannel emphasize their focus on artistic expression within the hardware limitations of the Saturn. They use techniques like dithering and prioritize color depth to achieve beautiful graphics that reflect the original artwork's feel. The page also features an interview section where they discuss the game's visuals in more detail. It's mentioned that the Saturn version uses a large number of colors, and they've aimed to make it visually appealing and even better than the PC version. The team explains that they are using various compositing methods and filters to achieve the desired look, particularly focusing on characters and backgrounds. They emphasize attention to detail in coloring, lighting, and shading to create a polished visual experience for Dukyusei 2 graduates. The article suggests that the graphical improvements make it a significant upgrade over the original PC release, making it a worthwhile experience for fans. This page is showcasing a SEGA Saturn horse racing simulation game called Classic Road. It's being promoted as a serious horse racing simulation and is set to be released on Saturn. The game is described as an enhanced version of the Classic Road series, which was already popular on PC and PlayStation. This Saturn version boasts improved graphics, aiming to surpass the previous iterations in visual quality, highlighting the realistic depiction of thoroughbred horses. The article mentions that the Saturn edition will feature a new game system and original elements. It emphasizes the use of bloodline data going back 50 years, allowing players to simulate races with historical horses, even from 10 years prior. It gives the example of being able to race against famous horses like Oguri Cap. The page also highlights the graphical upgrades. It mentions that the polygon rendering has been improved, and that they've focused on realistic movement and presence of the thoroughbreds, stating the visual quality is high enough to satisfy discerning players. The screenshots appear to show in-game race scenes and graphical improvements. There's a section mentioning blood and 3 great ancestors, suggesting deep bloodline simulation is a key feature. A table lists various horse names categorized under Hail to Reason, Northern Dancer, and Nirko, suggesting these are important bloodlines within the game. This page continues to showcase Classic Road, the serious horse racing sim on SEGA Saturn, highlighting the game's depth with approximately 600 rival horses in a year-long classic campaign, ranging from legendary horses like Oguri Cap to Concord. The page emphasizes that in Classic Road, your rivals are star horses. It gives examples like Tokai Teo as one such rival, and clarifies that these rivalries aren't predetermined, they dynamically evolve based on your gameplay and performance within the same classic race series. There's a fun section about nicknames, letting you choose how characters in the game address you, with options like Ooh Lord or Ooh Princess, adding a bit of personality. The game also boasts a jockey mode that uses 10 years of past racing data to analyze and impact gameplay, making it feel more realistic and data-driven, affecting horse parameters and trainer abilities based on historical trends. The bottom section features an interview with Koji Ono from the development team, Interactive Software, who discusses the game's concept. He mentions it's designed to be a deep simulation of horse racing, focusing on historical accuracy and the excitement of the sport. He highlights the game's ability to let players experience historical races and rivalries. Ono believes even beginners can enjoy it, while still offering depth for hardcore fans, making it a serious horse racing game. This page is a special report focusing on Parodius Forever with Me, a shooting game from Konami. It's touted as a live commentary Parodius experience, featuring superstar voice actors Hachiro Nanami and Noriko Ohara to provide running commentary during gameplay. The game is described as a luxurious and elaborate version of Parodius, emphasizing its deeper parody elements. The page highlights that it's a shooting game, set for release on December 13th for 4,800 yen, and supports two-player simultaneous play. The text mentions the game's sound production and the appeal of enjoying the live commentary. Screenshots showcase the typical wacky and humorous parodious style, with speech bubbles featuring phrases like, "This airhead," and "disgusting," indicating the game's comedic and slightly bizarre nature. A quote from the game, seemingly from a boss character, asks, "Are you still trying to repeat the same mistakes?" And the page humorously proclaims, "Nationwide high school girls, we've kept you waiting." Overall, the page emphasizes the game's enhanced parody aspects and the fun of the live commentary feature. This page delves deeper into Parodius Forever with Me. It highlights the impressive roster of 16 playable character types in the game, mentioning that while they might look graphically similar as pairs of 8 types, each one has unique power-up gauges and configurations, adding depth to character selection. There's also talk of an Omake mode, or extra mode, focusing on score attack within a special stage, encouraging players to strategize for high scores. The page then points out characters like the cat duo Ran and Mike, who look alike but have different power-ups, illustrating the character variety. It emphasizes the hot two-player cooperative play, calling it frantic and fun, and a major appeal of Parodius Forever with Me, stating that even beginners can jump in and enjoy it. A cool feature unique to two-player mode is detailed. Special cooperative attacks called Anger and Throw. These are described with their effects and usage, adding a layer of teamwork to gameplay. Finally, the page mentions fairies hidden in stages, which are collected and stored, but their in-game purpose remains a mystery, teasing players to find out more. Keywords like score attack and time attack are also highlighted, suggesting different ways to enjoy the game. This page showcases the game Obelisk, which is described as a sexy model adventure title from Hatnet/BMG Victor. It's announced for release on March 7th at a price of 6,800 yen. They highlight that it's a one-play-only game with full voice acting and is recommended for all ages. The game seems to be set in an Egyptian atmosphere and revolves around a mystery where many beautiful women are involved. Players will travel through time and space to solve a strange and unbelievable case, the Obelisk Incident, which occurred in 199X. It seems related to the disappearance of a large quantity of ancient artifacts. Players use time slips to investigate ancient ruins, and must destroy a gate system to prevent history from being destroyed. Gameplay is said to be orthodox, involving items and conversations to solve mysteries. The story and CG visuals are designed to appeal to adults, especially with its cast of beautiful women. There's an interesting note that Oscar Promotion, a talent agency, is involved. Apparently, 10 out of the 13 women appearing in the game are models from Oscar Promotion. The game was initially developed overseas with foreign characters, but for the Japanese release, they decided to change the characters to Japanese models to make them more relatable to the audience. The concept is to feature mysterious women who fit the ancient ruin setting. The page also mentions making-of scenes, possibly featuring these models. This page delves deeper into the Obelisk game, highlighting its key features. It's described as a grand adventure that transcends time and space, set within mysterious ancient Egyptian ruins, specifically Abydos. The game uses CG to create the environments, but cleverly blends it with live-action footage of characters, aiming for a smooth and realistic visual style. They emphasize the seamless fusion achieved by filming in studios and using various techniques to bring the two styles together. The page points out that Obelisk is packed with mysteries and puzzles befitting its ancient Egyptian setting. Players will encounter various riddles and gimmicks as they explore. Hidden messages and codes are important for progressing, and some puzzles even lead to extra content. Apparently, some of these codes might be solvable using the internet, with clues possibly found on Oscar Promotion's website, where talent profiles are available. The page prominently features actress Miki Fujitani, highlighting her role as a goddess within the game. It also mentions that 10 female talents are featured in Obelisk, many of whom are from Oscar Promotion. Adding to the appeal, they are including making-of scenes, promising to showcase these actresses in a different light than typical dramas, revealing their genuine expressions and professional dedication. The overall impression is that Obelisk aims to immerse players in an ancient Egyptian mystery, enhanced by the allure of beautiful actresses. This page is a special report about the upcoming Fire Pro Wrestling S6 Men's Scramble game for the SEGA Saturn. It's promoting the latest game in the Fire Pro Wrestling series, which is finally coming to the Saturn console, and they're calling it the ultimate version of the series so far. The article is aimed at newcomers to the Fire Pro series, explaining the basic gameplay. It breaks down the core mechanics like grappling, striking, pinning, and running, all based on timing your button presses. They emphasize that timing is crucial for executing moves effectively, just like in real wrestling. A big selling point they're highlighting is the massive roster of over 130 wrestlers, each with a deep moveset of around 50 techniques. You can also customize wrestlers and even rename them. They really want fans to create their dream matches with this huge roster. Finally, the page introduces some of the wrestlers featured in the game, organized under fictional wrestling promotions like View Japan, Olive Japan, New IW, and Yukidekuni Pro Wrestling. Some of the wrestlers mentioned are Crusher Inomoto, Hikari Hikawa, Runmaru, Thunder Dragon, and Blade Hayate. The game is slated for a December release, will support up to 6 players, and is suitable for all ages. The next page is all about getting hyped for Fire Pro Wrestling 6-Men Scramble on the Saturn. It's really pushing the idea that this is the ultimate Fire Pro experience. They're highlighting several key improvements in this Saturn version. First off, the editing mode is seriously souped up with over 200 parts for creating wrestlers. You can tweak everything and save your creations to the backup memory, which is a nice touch. Then there are the new actions. Beyond the usual Fire Pro moves, they've added even more pro wrestling style actions, like corner attacks and attacks from the apron. They even show screenshots of wrestlers diving from the apron to emphasize this. A big feature is the 6-man tag team matches. Here, you can have huge brawls with 6 wrestlers at once, which sounds incredibly chaotic and fun. Finally, they're boasting about the variety of rings. Besides standard rings, they're including special rings like Deathmatch and Gruesome Fighting rings. One of the screenshots even shows a barbed wire ring called the Death Dome, promising some seriously hardcore matches. At the bottom, they showcase some of the wrestlers in the game, grouped by fictional wrestling promotions such as WWC Pro Wrestling, UWH International, Gongas, Kakihara Group, High Class, 3A, and Kakuryu Family. Some of the wrestlers featured are the Spike, Kenji and Shudoz, Akira Igarashi, Bumpei Kakihara, Makoto Kiguchi, Rey Mysterio Jr., and Danda Dan. It looks like a diverse and exciting roster to play with. The next page is all about Super Puzzle Fighter 2X. They are really hyping it up as a battle in a kotatsu, perfect for families during the winter release period, and boast that it's 80% complete. The page details a few game modes. Arcade mode is your standard single-player experience where you choose from easy, normal, or hard difficulty and battle through 8 stages. Versus mode is for multiplayer action, allowing up to 2 players to go head-to-head, with handicaps available. Then there's the interesting Street Puzzle mode, which is exclusive to the home console version, where you collect items while playing. They highlight the Sound Test item, which lets you listen to character songs and original music, including Sakura's theme song. They also mention that in Expert mode, you can get even rarer items. The page spotlights a few characters. We see Guki, Akuma, Devilat, and Dan, and it looks like they're hidden characters you can unlock. The reviewer seems to be impressed by the game adding these extra features and modes for the home console release, making it more than just an arcade port. This page delves into Terra Fantastica, focusing on the game's National Assembly system, which is key to how the story unfolds. It seems like you, as the protagonist, participate in these political meetings to decide the nation's course. The page breaks down how these assemblies work. First, you have the International Council, which is where national policies are decided, with the player participating as a council member. We're introduced to several key figures in these meetings, like Prime Minister Ascam-san, who represents the nobility, Chief Justice Virginia, representing the priesthood, Duke Dama, representing merchants, and Admiral Olivier, among others including High Priest Roche and Chief Cabinet Secretary Tristan. King Alexis II is mentioned as the ruler, but you, as the player, seem to be a significant council member involved in these political decisions. The Situation and Imperial Edicts section explains that current events and royal decrees influence the council's agenda. Then, the discussion phase is where council members express their opinions, and the resolution phase is where decisions are made through voting. The page emphasizes that your choices in these assemblies directly impact future events and the game's story, so your decisions carry weight. Finally, there's a special report section revealing Terra Fantastica is coming out in December as a tactical RPG and will cost 5,800 yen. It looks like this game is putting a big emphasis on political intrigue and player choice within its gameplay. This page details unit formations in a tactical RPG, likely Terra Fantastica, focusing on how to build and utilize effective armies. Unit strength relies on commander abilities, troop type, compatibility, equipment, and battlefield conditions. The Commander Deputy feature allows for automated formation management. The page then explains the formula for calculating unit strength, summing commander and troop abilities, compatibility bonuses, equipment effects, and battlefield modifiers. Key unit types are introduced: spearmen, close combat, defense; shield soldiers, defensive, melee; archers, ranged, hit and run; and cavalry, speed, flanking. Each unit type's tactical role and attack range are visually displayed, along with battle strategy examples. The guide stresses hit-and-run tactics, especially for archers and cavalry, exploiting terrain and movement to gain an advantage. This page is all about raising your young lord and strategic elements within a tactical RPG, most likely Shining Force 2i. It starts by explaining the concept of training and the caregiver's role in shaping the young lord, Alex II of Maze. It emphasizes understanding his childhood psychology, especially since he's lost his parents, and how your responses to him as a player, whether gentle or strict, will influence his growth. This will affect his stats like virtue, courage, and intelligence, and even his personality and dialogue later on. Moving on to battles, the page details strategy meetings. These are where you decide your battle plan. The process involves confirming your current location on the map, using scouts to gather intel, and then deciding on your advancement route. The game highlights that you, as the player, are responsible for choosing the path. You'll get situation reports that show the terrain and enemy positions. Route selection is important, and you get advice from Lieutenant Claude to consider troop strength and enemy formations. Finally, other events during marching are mentioned. These are random encounters that occur as you travel across the world map. These events seem to involve interactions with other characters, offering dialogue and potentially story developments. The page ends by saying that once you understand these systems, you are ready to dive into the game's story. This page is all about the upcoming Game Heirs adventure. It seems like a highly anticipated romantic RPG developed by Game Studio and scheduled for release on December 20th. Aimed at all ages. The page excitedly announces that the full picture of this grand story is finally being revealed. They've been keeping fans waiting, but now they're ready to share more details about this combat scene-focused game. We get to see new screenshots and concept art by master artist Yuji Kaida, showcasing beautiful field scenes. The article then dives into the 4 types of in-game events you can expect. First are scene events that depict everyday situations and express the worldview. Then there are scenekoi events, where characters are drawn larger, emphasizing their emotions and feelings, perhaps related to romance given the koi in the name. Event occurrence are described as events triggered to progress the story, depending on the situation. Finally, indoor movies seem to be movie scenes to express character decisions or anxieties. We can see examples of these events in the screenshots: a festival-like scene, a conversation between 2 characters, and a moody nighttime town scene with the line, "And I am a rainy night." This page showcases the game Doventure, highlighting the transformation of the main character Henry from initial concept art to a fully rendered CG model. The page emphasizes the evolution from a simple sketch to a detailed colored illustration, and finally to the 3D in-game representation. It mentions that while the initial sketch may seem rough, the colored version shows detailed coloring even in small parts, and the CG model brings Henry to life, ready to move. The article then moves on to detail the detailed fields in the game, divided into 2 main worlds: historical world and sky-high world. Within the historical world, we see areas like Al-Hali Desert, described as a desert zone in the central eastern part of the field, modeled after 17th century Europe, with sandy fields reflecting the world setting. Esperanto is another area in the historical world, showing waterways and bridges, indicating freedom of movement. Other historical world areas include the royal capital surroundings, the cathedral, a Middle Eastern country, and a colonial country with distinct cultural feels. Moving onto the sky-high world, there's sky-high itself, contrasting with the historical world with its dreamy and imaginative atmosphere. The colors are vibrant, and the scenery is quite different. Finally, Miyu's village within Sky-High World is introduced, inhabited by people living in wooden houses, and even featuring an old wise man named Kimimaro. We also see Untine-sama, described as a fairy queen. This page showcases the character and monster designs by the renowned Mamoru Nagano, emphasizing how faithfully the CG rendering process captures his original artwork. It highlights Nagano's dedication to detail, focusing on everything from the character's overall design to their movement and even their clothing. We can see examples of this with fairy designs, showing both the initial sketches and the rendered CG versions side by side. Below, there are various concept drawings including robed characters, a dragon-like monster, unique turtle-like creatures with skull and volcano shell elements, a masked figure in elaborate clothing, and a complex, multi-limbed monster. The text mentions there are around 90 types of monsters and characters designed for this game. It's clear Nagano's meticulous style and the game's artistic vision are on full display here, continuing the detailed world building we saw on the previous page, likely still for Do Venture. This page continues showcasing the art and world building for what appears to be Do Venture, focusing on the backgrounds this time. It highlights how intricate sketches are used to create beautiful backgrounds in the game. The page is titled Setting Materials and shows various concept sketches for different locations, including interior scenes like rooms with ornate furniture and exteriors like landscapes and buildings. There's a section called CG Rendered Backgrounds, which mentions that even when comparing the sketches to the final CG versions, the original atmosphere is well preserved. The text expresses anticipation about where these backgrounds will be used in the actual game. Finally, the page mentions numerous vast setting drawings, indicating a huge amount of concept art has been created for the game, emphasizing the scale and detail of the game's world and settings. It seems the game is aiming to create a very rich and detailed world through its art direction. This page talks about Tengai Makyo, the Apocalypse IV, or as it was known internationally, Kabuki Clash, Far East of Eden. It highlights a feature where you can build your own American dream within the game. You invest in a small desert village, build a bustling entertainment district, mentioning Las Vegas specifically as the location and casinos. It seems you can build shops and other establishments, and the town will grow over time using the PLGS system. The page then introduces Ace, described as a righteous sheriff, and may be related to the Kabuki clan. His appearance is showcased with full visual scenes, emphasizing dramatic and stylish cutscenes for his introduction. They mention his powerful techniques in visual presentation being a highlight of the fourth apocalypse. Moving on, there's a tourist guide section focusing on Niagara within the game. This in-game Niagara is described as a spectacular sight with lakes and waterfalls, a major tourist attraction. It's mentioned as an important location for the Thunder God and his companion, Tane, within the game's story and world. Lastly, a section called Non-Key Action explains a gameplay mechanic. It's described as an action system in RPGs, where, beyond just button presses, characters perform actions based on their personality and situation without direct player input. This aims to create more diverse and realistic character movements in battles and other scenarios. This page is a special report about the Galaxy Fraulein Yuna Mika Akitaka Illust Works. It's an illustration collection by Mika Akitaka featuring the character Yuna. The page encourages readers to peek into Yuna's memories and announces the release of this illustration collection as a keydrum, available exclusively through mail order for 4,220 yen, with a pre-order deadline of November 18th. The page details how to order via postal transfer and provides contact information for the Game Support Center in Sapporo, Tokyo, and Osaka. The images shown are illustrations from the collection, depicting Yuna in various scenes, including in a school uniform, in a swimsuit with friends, and riding a bicycle, highlighting the character's everyday life and appeal. It's presented as a premium item, available only through this mail order method. This page announces My Dream, a new voice actor training simulation game from Japan Create and Val Project, the team known for 3x3 Eyes. It's described as a game where you train 8 girls to become voice actors. The page showcases the game's menu screen, highlighting features like scheduling and character condition management, with parameters like stamina and enthusiasm. We get introduced to the 8 aspiring voice actresses who are the focus of the game: Nao Uchi, Haruka Kudo, Izumi Watanabe, Reika Shiroi, Miku Yoshiki, Kana Takahara, Kurumi Kawakita, and Irina Saito. Each girl has a short profile hinting at their personality, like Nao being energetic, or Haruka being fashionable. The game is boasting a strong voice cast too, listing a number of male voice actors involved in the project. There's a mention of a special Christmas event from Val Project, and a note that the game is set to be published on May 25th. The page also includes some flavor text, with one character saying something like, "If you're busy with work, it can't be helped," and another asking, "Do you understand what you're saying?" This page is a special report on Virtual Boat Race Fervent Pennant Race, a boat racing game promising heated gameplay. It's described as a serious boat racing simulation, with elements of simulation and time attack. The game is designed to be accessible for beginners with tutorial modes, but also offer depth for veteran players, featuring real-world boat race associations and actual racers. The page highlights different viewpoints available in the game, such as rear view, bird's eye view, side camera, and cockpit perspective to enhance the racing experience. There are several game modes detailed, including Race Hero Legend, a story mode where you aim to become a SEGA Grand Prix champion within 30 seasons. There's also Time Trial mode for pure speedruns, and Boat Race Battle Record mode, which lets you simulate races using real-world racer data for betting prediction practice, though it warns no responsibility is taken for betting outcomes. The page also touches upon a beginner's class, or tutorial section, to teach players the basics of boat racing and betting terminology. It also mentions a practical boat race classroom, with tests to assess your knowledge. There are some tables showing time trial results and racer data, but it's mainly focused on showcasing the different aspects of the game and its features. It seems like a pretty in-depth boat racing simulation aimed at both casual and hardcore fans of the sport. This page is all about 04 Champ Doozy J Typer, a car racing game. It's highlighted as a special report, mentioning it's coming out in spring '97 and is rated for ages 18 and up. It seems to be a racing game focused on 400-meter drag races, emphasizing speed and car tuning. The game is described as an adventure-type racing game with dating sim elements, where you play as a machine tuner. The page is excited about the mini-games included in 04 Champ. To get money for tuning your car for races, you'll have to play various mini-games, which are said to be so engaging, they might even be more addictive than the main racing game itself. They show a few examples of these mini-games. There's Chicken Race, which looks like a bizarre game involving chickens and timed button presses. Then there's Long Shoot, a basketball mini-game. And finally, a casino-style game called Keno, where you bet on numbers. The reviewer seems impressed with the variety and depth of these mini-games, suggesting they add a lot to the overall game experience. This SEGA Saturn page highlights upcoming game releases. The new release titles include fighting games like Legend of K1 and Critical Combat, a compilation called The Best Collection, and other titles like Rockman 8 Metal Heroes, Mega Man 8, Simulation Zoo, and the light gun shooter Area 51. Also included are Shusei Mahjong, Sankyo Fever, Haiba Securities S, Mao JYA, and the paranormal-themed adventure game Night Truth. The Coming Soon Soft section previews games such as Mobile Suit Gundam Gaiden 2, the RPG Shining the Holy Ark, Magic Carpet, Digital Pinball, Necronomicon, and Aquazone. Further titles include Battle Barba, Option Disc Series, NFL Quarterback Club 97, Victory Goal Worldwide Edition, Sega Ages, Purikura Daisakusen, Shanghai Great Moments, Tri Rush Deppy, Crazy Ivan, Hyperduel, and Street Racer Extra. The page also includes Christmas-themed promotional imagery. This page showcases The Legend of K1, the best collection game for the SEGA Saturn. It's aimed at fighting game fans, especially those into ESC-1 style combat, featuring fighters from karate, kickboxing, kung fu, and other styles. The game is presented as a database, packed with information and footage. The page highlights key features, like a detailed What's K1 section, explaining the basics of K1 fighting, and a profile area focusing on fighters. It mentions that the game includes data on 86 fighters who have participated in K1, polygon models of key fighters, and interviews with Andy Hug and Musashi. The Splendid Scene section talks about reliving famous KO moments and techniques from K1 history through movies that can be played, stopped, and slow-motioned. Finally, it mentions a powerful opening movie with digital effects and impressive image cuts. It looks like a must-have for K1 enthusiasts. The next page introduces Eber Rouge for the SEGA Saturn, a simulation game set in a magic school. The game puts you in the role of a student at Trifle's magic school, aiming to master creation magic over 5 years and prevent a global catastrophe. The page emphasizes the school life aspect, where you'll interact with classmates and roommates, experience event scenes, and enjoy voice dialogue and anime-style graphics. It points out that the game features many attractive female characters, and your choices and relationships will lead to various endings. Character profiles are shown for 4 girls. Rindel, described as boyish and needing a leader. Marie, a quiet and small girl. Muller, who is energetic and a bit unpredictable. And Castell, a tomboy type, but reliable. The overall tone suggests a focus on enjoying school life with these girls and creating fun memories. This page spotlights 2 games. First up is Criticom, a 3D fighting game that scored a solid 90. It's set in a cyberpunk sci-fi world and features a diverse cast of characters, including humans, robots, and humanoids, all battling for these holy stones. The review highlights the level-up system, which not only boosts your abilities, but also changes the character's appearance, adding a visual element to progression. You can see screenshots of the fast-paced 3D combat. The second game is Shusei Mahjong Daisetai, which translates to something like Success Mahjong Great Hospitality. This is a mahjong game where you play as a salaryman aiming for success. It seems to have a story mode where you interact with various characters and a salon mode with 30 playable characters to choose from. The reviewer mentions it's a mahjong game where you can really get into the office worker mindset. The screenshots show the mahjong gameplay and character interactions in the story mode. This article previews 3 new games. Mega Man 8, celebrating the series' 10th anniversary, received a 70. It features boss characters from a design contest: Frostman, Grenademan, Aquaman, free design, and Swordman, Searchman, Crownman, partial design. Players will face Frostman, Grenademan, and Crownman in stages, and Dr. Light's lab offers power-ups and save points. Sankyo Fever S, also scoring a 70, is a pachinko simulator featuring 6 popular Sankyo machines with adjustable settings. Clearing conditions unlock special machine versions. Lastly, Flappy, provisional title, earned a 35. This action puzzle game has players guiding Flappy with a crystal to the goal, avoiding monster obstacles. The game boasts 8 worlds, 200 stages, and features wide/zoomed screen views. This page showcases 2 upcoming games. First up is Area 51, a 3D gun shooting game with a score of 88. It's set to release in early January 97, priced at 5,800 yen. This game puts you in the shoes of a soldier fighting aliens and zombies who have taken over the secret military base, Area 51. The goal is to blast through enemies and ultimately destroy the base. It's a 2-player game, described as a violent shooting experience. The review highlights the frantic action and encourages players to fight through the enemy base. Next is a simulation game, simply titled Simulations, which looks to be a zoo-building game, scoring 70. Also planned for early January 97 release at 5,800 yen, this game lets you rebuild a dilapidated zoo. You manage the park, purchase animals, and ensure visitor satisfaction. The game emphasizes careful zoo management, warning against overspending on animals. You can build various facilities, care for animals including their health and breeding, and design your zoo layout freely. The review encourages players to create your own zoo filled with unique animals. It mentions around 150 different animal types will be available to breed and raise, including giraffes, koalas, hippos, and elephants. This page features a look at 2 very different upcoming SEGA Saturn titles. First up, we have Hypersecurities S, scoring a fantastic 90%. This is a simulation game where you're raising beautiful girl policewomen. It's a port of a popular PC title and puts you in the role of a traffic police officer tasked with training 3 daughters within a 3-year time frame. It sounds like there's a card battle element involved too. We can see screenshots showing the game interface and some of the girls you'll be training: Kinohuchi Tenka, Mitsuzawa Yuga, and Yumebuki Ayame. Next we have Muja, a puzzle game by Virgin Interactive. This one's a Koan-operated style falling block puzzle, where you use coins to battle cats. It's got both single-player and 2-player versus modes. Apparently, If you get a chain reaction, you can send a robber cat to your opponent. There are items to use as well, like Jenny the cat and Bomb Dog. It looks like a pretty unique and quirky puzzle game. This page showcases Nightruth Explanation of the Paranormal Maria, the second installment in the popular Nightruth series. It's described as a paranormal adventure game by Sonic Computer Entertainment, slated for a December release. The story revolves around mysterious events happening to the protagonist, expanding its setting from Japan to Europe. Players can look forward to unraveling the mysteries of the Mary Celeste and Fatima, alongside other intriguing cases like Ripperjack. The game promises enhanced event scenes and more expressive character dialogues. Screenshots give a glimpse into the game's narrative and characters. Moving on. There's news about other upcoming games under the new Outlier Information section. The King of Fighters 96 is confirmed for a December 27th release and will utilize the same RAM cartridges as previous titles, including the KOF Double Pack. Battle from Roadrunner Extra is set to launch on January 10th, described as a stage-clearing action game. For simulation fans, Fishing of Gyojin from Troll is introduced as a fishing simulation game in forests and ponds. Lastly, Teagle's Advanced vs. G, a beautiful girl fighting action game, is making its debut on the SEGA Saturn. Finally, at the bottom, we see an announcement for Exodevelop's coupling release of the classic LD games Time Gal and Ninja Hayate. This pack is scheduled for release on January 17th, with a price of 5,800 yen. It's mentioned that posters for Sakura Wars will be appearing before its release, hyping up the upcoming title. Reader Station Volume 14 features a variety of reader submissions. One reader reflects on seasonal changes and their love for music, while another sends a New Year's greeting and looks forward to mail from ours. A story highlights a used game store owner's appreciation for older games. Other submissions include praise for Crazy GJIISAN and an exam student balancing studies and SEGA Saturn gaming, notably the VirtuaStick Pro controller. Another reader also enjoys the controller. A report covers a local SEGA Rally Championship won by Kaz Maru. Further sections mention Police Knots and a reader's inquiry about Doki Doki Memorial. Finally, A Gamer Living Alone explores feelings of loneliness while gaming, and Today's Sexual Violence No. 1 presents humorous reader-submitted content. The next page in Arza Station is the Free Talk section, featuring reader opinions and thoughts. One reader kicks things off, wanting more lighthearted racing games on the Saturn. They like Sega arcade racers like Daytona USA and Sega Rally, but feel there are too many realistic driving sims and not enough fun, approachable games for everyone. Another reader shares a combo technique for kids playing Virtua Fighter 3, using the G button and K button in combination with Shun Kali. They think this is a good way to practice finger dexterity. Then, there's a nostalgic gamer who misses the classic Mega Drive and PC Engine days, hoping for Saturn ports of older RPGs and shooting games, mentioning Dragon Quest and Final Fantasy as examples. They feel developers should focus on new and interesting software instead of just porting older games from other consoles. They believe quality software will attract users. They specifically mention Grandia as a game that embodies the Saturn's true strength, wishing for more software like it. Someone else is having trouble mastering the E button in Virtua Fighter 3 and is advised to practice with the Saturn version of Virtua Fighter. The page also showcases a Saitama gallery with an action shot from Virtua Cop 2. Finally, in today's Still Small faction, the game DX Hired is highlighted as a unique and interesting title. And in the Gegj corner, they mention the game Gegj no Kitaro. This Hot Topic conference page from Arza Station features reader opinions. One reader anticipates Estopolis' biography and its release. Another, from Saitama, praises Grandia and hopes GDNet continues producing quality games for the Saturn, improving its image. A Chiba reader, an animation company president, questions current game trends, advocating for a return to simpler, more fundamental fun. A Miyagi reader highlights Quinet's depth in games like Soul Blazer, Gaia Gensoki, and Tenchi Suzu, praising their philosophical themes. The page also showcases Gamebox images contributed by readers, including Riglord Saga 2, Grandia, and Ogre Battle. Finally, the page announces the upcoming SEGA Saturn 2nd Anniversary celebration, soliciting reader feedback on the console's present and future. This page of Ars's Station is a collection of reader submissions and short comics focused on various game experiences. The Virtua is here! All Gather section highlights creative playstyles for Virtua Fighter and Virtua Cop, with players using their imagination to see polygons in unique ways and focusing on the quick replay feature. Panel Manga delivers short, funny comics about relatable gaming moments, including the excitement of waiting for a new RPG and the humorous sting of a quick defeat in a fighting game, likely Virtua Fighter. The Tamagagakun section offers more quirky comics, from getting lost in a cave in an RPG to a player comically acting like a battle papa giving pro gamer advice, and even comics about game trust levels and skill regression. King's Ears presents a reader discussing rumors around Warp President Kenji Ino, stage design decisions for Last Bro 2, and a supposedly hidden Sega Gem collaboration between Ancient and Treasure called the humorous-sounding Virtua Osomatsu-kun, along with Balbasbo. Lastly, in Fugao Wards, female gamers share their perspectives. One gamer recounts being mistaken as an older sister at the arcade while enjoying Virtua Fighter 2, and another gives their opinion on the increasing number of romance simulation games on the Saturn, mentioning Sakura Wars and appreciating its protagonist. This issue of Ars's Station opens with reader questions. One seeks game price advice for Hyper Reverthion. Another asks for Score Attack anime recommendations. The editors, playfully responding to reader inquiries, reveal they receive about 100 postcards and offer book coupons for published submissions. A reader details their dedication to J-League Pro Soccer Create a Club. The Useless Game Hooray section features quirky game ideas, a prediction game using race data, and a Sea Monkey Zone game about breeding plankton. The editor addresses readers in Ars Station information, humorously noting increasing postcard volume and apologizing for prize delays, while highlighting book coupon distribution and biannual software presents. They also mention upcoming software prizes and spotlight 2 readers involved with game development. Today's Imperial Assault Force presents Sakura Wars fan art from various artists. The page concludes with postcard submission details, including book coupon rewards and software prize drawings, along with a correction regarding boss character settings and the online version URL. Sega and Fuji TV are launching the Digital Circus Event Caravan, a pre-release showcase for Sega Saturn games across 8 Japanese cities. Beginning November 9th at Yokohama Landmark Tower, the event will feature playable demos of upcoming Saturn titles before their official launch. Attendees can win prizes, including a Mazda Familia car as the grand prize, along with Alba Rosa models and Hitachi fax machines. The event schedule includes stops in Fukuoka, Sapporo, Hiroshima, Tokyo, Joyopolis and Ebisu Garden Hall, Nagoya, and Osaka. A wide variety of games will be available for play, spanning genres from action and fighting to RPGs and sports. Featured titles include Nights into Dreams, Fighting Vipers, Sakura Wars, Sega Rally Championship, Virtua Cop 2, Tomb Raiders, and numerous others, providing a comprehensive look at the Saturn's diverse library. This page showcases the Power Stage Performance Program for the Digital Circus event. It's a schedule of events planned for both Saturday and Sunday, running from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. each day. The program is packed with activities including an opening ceremony, software license PR time, which I guess is like a software showcase, and performances called Digital Circus, lasting 25 minutes. They also have Enemy Zero presentations, likely showcasing the game with someone like Mr. Ijima involved. And for the gamers, there's even a Barcelon game tournament, which I'm pretty sure is Virtua Fighter. From the text snippets, it seems like they are incorporating elements of games like Cyber Labyrinth and Magic Knight Ray Earth into the stage performances, maybe as themes or characters, which sounds like it would be a cool spectacle alongside the game demos. This page is a data search section focusing on the game Eternal Melody. It's described as a simulation game from MediaWorks, priced at 5,800 yen for one player of all ages. The page includes advice from a writer who says that Eternal Melody has solid character endings, but hints that there's more to the game than just simple tasks. The feature presents Eternal Melody as an adventure book for people who want to enjoy traveling with cute girls. It highlights a character compatibility chart showing relationships between the protagonist and 9 other characters: Kagumo, Meyer, Karen, Alza, Wakaba, Rira, Wendy, Carrot, and Tina. The chart uses symbols to indicate relationship quality: stars for best, triangles for good, circles for normal, and crosses for dog and monkey, meaning incompatible, and blank for okay. It advises players to use this chart to build a good friend party for their adventure, suggesting that good relationships between party members are important. The article points out Karen and Carrot and Alza and Tina as super friendly pairs who would make a great party, while also mentioning Alza and Rira and Wendy as the worst pairs to avoid. The page includes illustrations of Alza and Tina as examples of these super friendly characters. The next page is all about reaching Gamil's dungeon and understanding the game flow. It's chapter 2 of the guide, focusing on how to get to the dungeon. The page breaks down the journey into locations, starting from Street Peria, then moving through various towns and villages like Mulan, Tubalin, Tonpei, Kyabiria, and Berija, before finally arriving at Gamil's dungeon. For each location, it lists places for part-time jobs and outing or date spots. For example, in Village Mulan, part-time jobs are at the streets, inn, and market, while outings are to the streets and water aquarium. Each location also has a date event scheduled on a particular day, with a specific character. The page then talks about Gamil's dungeon itself, describing it as a straightforward dungeon with a simple map. It mentions rival parties and battles, and that you'll need to make choices at forks in the path and rely on roulette rolls to progress. The dungeon map is shown below, with symbols explained in a legend: S for start, G for goal, branch for branching points, trap, rest, event, MP, and money up down points, battle, boss battle, and normal for standard paths. It seems to be a guide on how to navigate the dungeon and prepare for it by visiting different towns and engaging in events before you get there. Chapter 3 guides players through towns and villages en route to Sourpole Lake. Each location offers part-time jobs and outing/date spots. Street Silveria has jobs at the pharmacy, pet shop, and pawn shop. Village Furson offers work at the tool shop and general store. Town Taspel provides jobs at the guild, Brave Warriors group, and bookstore. Village Jill features jobs at the bakery and general store. Street Jidre lists jobs at the streets, school, pawn shop, and botanical garden. Village Geku provides jobs at the church, office, general store, and detective agency. Metropolis Tarvalzen has jobs at the hospital, theater, and circus. Street Ashu offers jobs at the bone shop, weapon shop, garden, and arena. Each location also has highlighted special days. At Sourpole Lake, the path branches. The guide advises players to choose the less detrimental path based on the provided map, which highlights start, goal, branches, traps, and battles. Roxanne's dialogue reveals the location of the second magic treasure, the silver thread. This walkthrough details locations and activities after Sourpole Lake. Sourpole Lake offers part-time work at the school or ironworks, and outings at the church or botanical garden. Subsequent locations include Town Kiria, weapon armor shops, tea rooms, flower gardens, street ben, inns, doctors' offices, accessory shops, bookstores, Metropolis Car Saloon, tea rooms, pet shops, parks, art museums, street Kamimuma, clothing stores, inns, weapon shops, museums, Town Felsen, schools, ironworks, churches, hypergame centers, Forest Junbei, town doctor markets, accessory shops, aquariums, and Seaside Genshu, tool shops. A guide highlights the importance of friendship influence, explaining that low friendship negatively impacts companion growth and behavior in dungeons, leading to independent and uncooperative actions. The guide concludes with Pirate King's Island, the first boss battle location. Players are advised to use level 3 skills, prioritize MP recovery, and strategically navigate the grid-based map. This page is all about part-time jobs, or arubaito in Japanese, in the game. It highlights how crucial money is, and that taking on these jobs is a great way to earn cash and boost your character stats. The page mentions that choosing the right job is important, and you should consider the compatibility between the job and your chosen partner character. There are 2 main tables on the page. The first table, titled Part-Time Job Execution Parameter Change Table, lists different locations, the type of part-time work available at each place, the pay you'll receive, and how each job affects your character's parameters like muscle, dexterity, knowledge, and so on. The second table, Part-Time Job Content and Character Compatibility Table, shows how well suited each part-time job is for different characters. It uses symbols like circles, stars, triangles, and crosses to indicate compatibility levels with characters like main character, Kujin, Yuki, Meyer, Karen, and others. Essentially, this page is a guide to help players pick the best part-time jobs, not just for earning money, but also for improving specific stats and considering which jobs are a good match for their companions based on compatibility. It builds upon the previous page's discussion of city locations and the importance of friendship, suggesting that choosing compatible jobs with your companions is beneficial in the game. This game guide covers two main sections. The first focuses on dating and friendship, providing a compatibility chart for various female characters, Meyer, Karen, Alza, etc., at different locations, categorized by ratings like best and worst. Successfully dating involves accumulating dates and understanding location preferences to boost affection and aim for a happy ending. The second section, Adventurer's Common Sense, Magic List You Want to Master, introduces 3 magic types: physical, divine, and spirit. Each category lists spells with their levels, required stats, intelligence, faith, charm, and MP costs. Learning magic relies on intelligence, faith, and charm. Physical magic attacks, divine heals, and spirit provides support. The guide encourages players to use the data to enjoy the game, emphasizing they are approximately 1/3 of the way through, with the goal of collecting treasures and reaching Sea King Island. This page is showcasing a couple of books that might be of interest. First up is Dungeon Rhapsody by Yasuko Sakata. This book is a collection of columns and comics that were originally featured in Super 64 magazine. It's presented as a lighthearted and fun read for game fans, with comics and columns about game freaks. It is a B6 size book with 192 pages and priced at 1,000 yen. The other book highlighted is Game Machines Sing Daisy Daisy Songs, written by Fuyumi Ono and illustrated by Kenoju Mizutama. This one is described as being a popular title currently on sale, and it delves into the game boom and explores the enduring appeal of games, especially appealing to adults. It touches upon the charm of games and is written by female game writers, including the well-known Fuyumi Ono. Game designer Hiroi Oji is also mentioned in connection to this book. This one is slightly larger at 240 pages, still B6 size, and also priced at 1,000 yen, published by SoftBank. Both books seem to offer a different perspective on games, and could be enjoyable for anyone interested in the culture around video games. This page is showcasing a range of manga anthologies based on popular video games. At the top, there are announcements for Pocket Monsters 4,DX Deluxe, a new Pokemon 4, manga, and the upcoming second volume of Nitu Shinden 4,DX Deluxe, based on the fighting game Tushinden, scheduled for release in November. Below that, under the Super Game Anthology comic series title, there are several more anthology comics. There's Kishin Duji Zenki and its sequel Kishin Duji Zenki 2, both anthology comics for the Zenki series, promising a collection of comics and illustrations featuring official game character designs and art by numerous artists. For fighting game enthusiasts, there's Goketsuji Ichizoku 2, which is Power Instinct 2 in the West, an anthology comic focusing on the strongest legend theme with art from various creators. Another fighting game getting the manga treatment is Vampire Hunter Darkstalkers Revenge, known as Darkstalkers 3 internationally, with an anthology comic featuring comics and illustrations by a variety of artists. Finally, for something different, there is Super Real Mahjong PV Paradise All-Star 4 Players Battle Anthology, which seems to be centered around the beautiful women from the Mahjong game series, featuring original stories and illustrations from various artists. All these anthologies seem to be collections of short comics and illustrations by different artists inspired by these games. This page is a mail-order advertisement from a game store called Santa, advertising a wide range of SEGA Saturn, Mega Drive, Mega CD, 32X, and Game Gear games and peripherals. For Saturn new software, they're listing titles like Lunar Silver Star Story, Master of Monsters, Slayers Royal 2, Digital Pinball, Necronomicon, Panzer Dragoon Zwei, Virtua Fighter 2, Daytona USA, Clockwork Knight, Guardian Heroes, Axtol, Christmas Nights, Street Fighter 02, and Sakura Taisen, each with its price. There are also extensive lists of Mega Drive, Mega CD, and 32X games available. They also have sections for peripheral devices from Mega Drive, Game Gear, and Saturn. including consoles themselves, controllers, cables, and memory cartridges. The advert details how to order via phone or fax, payment methods like cash on delivery, bank transfer, postal money order, and mail money order, and shipping, which is a flat 400 yen fee. Orders placed before 3 p.m. are shipped the same day, and they mention extra charges for Okinawa and Kyushu. This page promotes the DX Japanese travel game, a board game for both PlayStation and SEGA Saturn, slated for release in December 1996, at a price of 5,800 yen. The page is visually dominated by a surprised-looking man, alongside images related to Japanese travel, like trains, scenery, and food. Osaru's advice section highlights 8 key features of the game. It boasts a large map based on historical data, offering a vast play area. Players can enjoy various travel plans and scenarios, with over 22 types of tours available. The game emphasizes sightseeing and local information, acting almost like a database of Japanese travel destinations. It mentions strategic elements using roulette and 57 cards to outmaneuver rivals, along with part-time job opportunities to earn money within the game. There's also talk of finding local specialties to sell for profit, and the game is suggested as a fun way for beginners to learn about travel planning. The ad also mentions a Big Present campaign, where players can win various local specialty products. The page seems to be designed to be engaging and exciting, emphasizing the fun and educational aspects of this travel-themed board game. This page features 4 prominent faces, presented vertically side by side. Starting from the left, there's a blonde woman with striking blue eyes and red lips. Next to her is a man with a beard and a white cap, part of which reads, the Akeki. The third face is of a bald man with glasses and a trimmed beard. Finally, on the right, is a woman with dark skin, a nose ring, and her teeth slightly visible. The presentation seems to be a series of portrait shots, possibly introducing key individuals or characters related to the magazine's content. This page is a striking full-page advert for the upcoming SEGA Saturn game Enemy Zero by Warp. It's presented as an interactive movie and features 3 intense, digitally rendered faces arranged vertically side by side, dominating the visual space. On the right side, in bold red text, is the release date, 12.13, which is likely December 13th, announcing the game is on sale. The advert also highlights that Enemy Zero is for the SEGA Saturn and is available as CD sets, likely mentioning the price of 6,800 yen. It's a strong, visually driven advertisement, focusing on the game's release and dramatic presentation. This page is a vibrant advert for the upcoming SEGA Saturn game Crazy Ivan. The headline grabs your attention with Mad Earth's Cool Guy and declares the mission to control the steel Cossack power suit and save the Earth of the near future. Visually, the page is split, with a menacing mech warrior dominating the left side, contrasted by a digitally distorted, almost cybernetic-looking face on the right. This eye-catching contrast highlights the game's blend of mechanical action and perhaps a human story. The advert tells us you play as Crazy Ivan, a Russian soldier on a crazy mission, piloting a 40-foot power suit ready to cause riot. You'll be armed with a massive arsenal of weapons ranging from 30mm guns all the way up to a groundbreaking tsunami earthquake generator. The tagline promises the craziest all-out blasting experience this side of the future. At the bottom, we see the game title again in Japanese as Crazy Ivan Steel Cossack Power Suit, and the release date is set for December 13th. The standard price is listed as 5,800 yen, excluding tax. Published under license from Psygnosis Limited, and developed by Psygnosis as well, this ad is clearly designed to get Saturn owners hyped for some over-the-top mech action coming very soon. The SoftBank logo is also present, likely indicating distribution or retail. This page is a mail-order advert from Creative Human, showcasing a ton of SEGA Saturn stuff. They are pushing pre-orders for upcoming games, including Necronomicon, Virtua Cop 2, and Machine Select. These look like some interesting titles. They have a massive list of recommended Saturn games at discounted prices. If you're looking to expand your collection on the cheap, this is the place. They also sell Saturn hardware and accessories, covering pretty much everything you might need. Beyond games, they have attack videos, probably strategy guides, and even model kits. They're also offering membership perks, like discounts and free shipping for larger orders. For those wanting to get online with their Saturn, They've got Saturn network gear advertised too. Finally, there are special bundles and a subscription service for regular purchases. It's a pretty comprehensive catalog for Saturn fans. SEGA Saturn Magazine Volume 12 features a special look at the development of Nights into Dreams merchandise. An interview with Mr. Shimizu of SEGA reveals the character's surprising popularity, particularly among women, surpassing even Sonic and Virtua Fighter in fan surveys. SEGA is targeting a broad audience, planning extensive merchandise beyond the game itself, including accessories, plush toys, stationery, PC peripherals, and capsule toys, with an emphasis on appealing to women and older fans. Future ambitions include Nights-themed ski resorts. The magazine also highlights Sega's news services of the time, including the Sega Joy Telephone, Sega Fax Club, Sega Video Magazine, VHS, and Flash Sega Saturn, Room Magazine/Demo Disc. Contact information and operational details for these now obsolete services are provided. Sega's Sonic Stadium Q and a section reveals exciting news. Fighters Megamix and other titles are planned. The Sega Saturn release schedule includes Sakura Wars, Virtual On, and Nights into Dreams before year-end. The power memory cartridge uses flash RAM, ensuring data safety. An Evangelion game, Evangelion's Second Impression, is under development. Sega also confirmed Honey and Hanai's marriage in Fighters Megamix. Sega Newsflash features staff anecdotes, movie marathons, earthquake experiences, home cooking with sake, music preferences, go-go animation, game soundtracks, and talk radio. The page includes a reader's corner with fan art and a Christmas Nights t-shirt giveaway. The current theme is Sega Saturn, with encouragement for reader submissions and prize opportunities. Quote, the article discusses Virtua Fighter 3, highlighting the writer's personal experience with the game, focusing on their unique playstyle centered on dodging. They found beauty in the game's visuals and depth, considering it a significant improvement over VF2. A report on the VF 300-person Kumite event held at Mu Continent is included, detailing player participation and the lively atmosphere. Upcoming events are announced for November at Sega World Arcus and PARC JJ in Tokyo, with prizes. Finally, a brief personal update from Hirokun reveals a busy work life, family time, and feelings of guilt over excessive drinking. Warp's Enemy Zero will launch with a special 3D jacket, thanks to Sega's decision to increase production from 30,000 to 300,000 copies. Development is nearly complete, but the team needs urgent help from programmers and graphic designers to meet the deadline. The magazine's Saturn Religious Communication section is back, seeking reader submissions and artists for humorous content. They also humorously mention a Saturn version of Drag. Finally, the magazine is requesting submissions for logos and design elements, urgently seeking help from skilled designers. Readers are encouraged to submit their work to the provided address. Hello! Capcom Volume 18 highlights reader ideas and the latest Capcom games. A key focus is on the potential Saturn version of C-Bots, with a section dedicated to fan-submitted ideas, including mech customization concepts. Readers share opinions, with suggestions ranging from accessible boss characters in arcade versions to combining parts for original mechs, and even incorporating powered gear like system elements. The page also previews Capcom's fighting game strategy, with updates on vs. X-Men and the upcoming Vampire Savior. A reader describes a home tournament experience, emphasizing the joy of meeting diverse players. Fan letters and illustrations are featured, showcasing art from Dungeons & Dragons and Captain Commando. The editorial team actively seeks C-Bots ideas and encourages submissions with illustrations. The magazine also promotes the Saturn port of Dungeons & Dragons: Shadow over Mystara and plans a dedicated D&D corner. Contact information for submissions is provided. This page is all about SNK World 96. Mr. Umatani from the Maker's Comment section is excited about the Saturn version of Samurai Showdown 2-1, Blades of Blood, releasing on November 8th, noting it's RAM-compatible and mentioning the arcade's Samurai Showdown IV, Amakusa's Revenge, with its Rage explosion system, where the less health you have, the longer the explosion lasts. SNK News announces that King of Fighters 96 is becoming a CD drama. It will air on TBS Radio starting October 13th, as part of the Child, Ice, and Game Night program. This interactive drama lets listeners influence the story. A CD release is also planned. There's a new Red Samurai announcement postcard corner featuring fan submissions about Samurai Showdown 2i, mentioning Heaven's Punishment and Round Slice Restoration. We see postcards from fans in different prefectures. The SNK Furyrin Club Gathering Information section hints at a KOF special feature and question corner, teasing future events. Vice and Mature's KOF Secret Story Lesson provides gameplay tips for Vice and Mature in King of Fighters, focusing on command throws, jump attacks, and how to use them effectively. Finally, there's a Come to Neo Geo Land section promoting Neo Geo Land arcades, urging players to visit and participate in a reader corner by sending in photos and game impressions. The submission address for postcards to SNK World 96 is also listed. Several game companies shared updates. Acclaim Japan hinted at an ad based on a reader poll. Athena suggested focusing on lighter games due to cold weather. Atlas celebrated successes and teased new titles, including Devil Summoner, while also humorously referencing ghosts. Imagineer announced release dates for Super Fighter 3000, Fist, and Metal Lancer, with bigger titles planned for next year. Increment Pep seeks reader feedback and shared their PCLC-based development process. Ynet announced their first NetU game, Rock Climbing Endless Peak Challenge. Engels promoted the anime Game Heaven. OpenBook 9003 announced a merger and highlighted Aquazone. King Records is following the Evangelion releases. Compile's Compile Club magazine went monthly with new content. Koei discussed the fall season and Saturn sales. Sunsoft announced a Saturn version of Waku Waku 7. The Saturn game scene is buzzing with activity. Sheila Pionica, producer of 3D Ultra Toy Ball, hints at new original software. Time Warner Interactive nears completion on Psychic Detective series, Heartwarming Killer. Back in Soft, a merger of Back in Soft and Victor Entertainment, is readying Hibayashi Securities S for December 20th. Bandai Visual focuses on anime games like Gundam, planning a new Macross title. BMG Victor promotes 3D Baseball The Major 2. Media Entertainment releases Discworld on December 13th. Media Rings works on a Zeroion Championship game, while Yano Man develops Cube Patroller. UBI Soft targets Japanese audiences. License Space encourages reader engagement through postcards. Nagzad highlights retro game popularity. Hudson makes a cryptic statement. Takara questions Guy OS development. U-Media and Child Chapter also provide updates. This page is a SEGA Saturn software databank, essentially a detailed listing of games for the console, spanning from November 1994 to November 1996. It's presented as a resource for players, possibly from a magazine, and emphasizes user feedback with a reader review score system. The page is structured as a table, organizing games by release month, starting from September 1994 and progressing into 1995. For each game, it provides details like the title, the company that made it, the price, game genre, reader review score, reviewer comments, and compatibility with add-ons like control pads or mice. You can see popular titles listed here, such as Virtua Fighter, Daytona USA, and Panzer Dragoon, alongside many others. The reader review score seems to be a key feature, suggesting that the ratings are based on feedback from players who participated in some sort of survey. There are also brief comments next to some games, giving short player opinions. The table format looks like a comprehensive guide for Saturn owners at the time, helping them decide what games to buy based on community reviews and technical details. It's a snapshot of the Saturn game library as it was growing, with new releases being added month by month. The next page continues the SEGA Saturn software databank, now moving into releases from December 1995 and March 1996. We see a good mix of genres here. Titles like NBA Jam Tournament Edition and Bug are listed from December 95. Moving into March 96 releases, we have games like Gotha, The Tower, and Panzer Dragoon 2's making an appearance, alongside FIFA Soccer 96. The reader review scores continue to be a prominent feature, giving a snapshot of player opinions at the time. It seems like a really useful resource for Saturn owners looking to see what was popular and well received. This page continues the SEGA Saturn software databank, covering releases from May to September 1996. May 96 sees games like Revolution X and Cubic Gallery being listed, alongside titles such as Super Real Mahjong, P4, and Fidel Elite in excellent. Reader review scores are still provided, giving insight into player reception. Moving into June 96 releases, titles like Daytona USA Circuit Edition, Street Fighter 02, and Sonic 3D Blast are shown. July 96 includes titles such as Guardian Heroes and Decathlete. August 96 shows games such as Panzer, Dragoon, and Wipeout. September 96 includes titles such as Actua Soccer and Athlete Kings. It's a data-heavy page, providing a snapshot of the SEGA Saturn software library across these months in 1996, with reader reviews offering a sense of the game's popularity and quality at the time. This page is the index for the SEGA Saturn software databank, organized alphabetically. It's a comprehensive listing of games, spanning from titles starting with A to W in English equivalents, with page numbers assigned to each entry. Looking through the index, you can see the sheer variety of games available on the Saturn at this time. The A section alone includes idle games, underwater simulations like Aquazone, and titles like Angelique Special. Moving on to S, you'll find fighting games like Samurai Spirits and Street Fighter, racing games like Sega Rally, and RPGs like Shining Force. The index continues to showcase a diverse lineup, with D featuring Daytona USA and Dragon Force, and V highlighting Virtua Fighter. Overall, this index serves as a handy guide to navigate the extensive SEGA Saturn software library detailed within this databank, demonstrating the wide range of genres and titles available on the system. The new soft schedule for the SEGA Saturn details upcoming game releases, presented in a table format with release dates, titles, prices, makers, genres, and peripherals. The schedule covers a wide variety of genres, including action, RPG, shooting, adventure, sports, and more. Games launching in December and beyond are listed, with some titles having only a month or year specified. Notable games include World's Police 2086, Space Invaders, and Daytona World, alongside titles targeting a Japanese audience. Pricing is generally around 5,800 yen. The schedule highlights the diverse publishers and lists compatible hardware for each game. This provides SEGA Saturn owners with a comprehensive look at the upcoming software lineup. This page continues the new soft schedule for the SEGA Saturn, detailing upcoming game releases. The schedule is presented in a table format, listing release months, game titles, prices, developers or publishers, game genres, and supported peripherals. For January 1997, games listed include titles across genres like action, strategy, and puzzle games. February highlights include simulation and shooting titles, alongside adventure and RPG games. March sees strategy RPGs, action RPGs, and shooting games listed. April features action titles and racing games. May includes titles in action, shooting, and RPG genres. Games planned for June include fighting and action titles. July sees a fighting game listed. August includes a shooting game and an action RPG. For September, an adventure game is listed, and then titles with just a spring 1997 release window are shown, with games spanning action, racing, shooting, adventure, and RPG genres. The right side of the page continues the schedule, with more release date undecided games. These games span various genres, including action, strategy, puzzle, adventure, shooting, and RPG. Some notable titles with international releases appear here, like Heart of Darkness, Tetris, Command & Conquer, and Ultimate Mortal Kombat. It also mentions games like Lunar Eternal Blue. The page concludes with a Satsuma Editorial Department check section, discussing upcoming titles and highlighting Free Talk Factory and Eve Burst Error as noteworthy adventure games. It also mentions the popularity of arcade ports and anticipation for new game announcements. This SEGA Saturn Magazine reader questionnaire gathers demographic data, tracks software ownership, and gauges reader preferences. Readers are asked about their favorite game genres, hardware/software opinions, and preferred computer game magazines. The questionnaire includes lists. The hard list covers various consoles and peripherals like the SEGA Saturn, PlayStation, and Mega Drive, including controllers, wheels, and modems. The soft list showcases a vast selection of SEGA Saturn games across genres, from Aquazone to Lunar Eternal Blue, including both international and Japan-exclusive titles. This month's articles previews the issue's content, highlighting articles on games such as Landmark, Data Station, Sega Ages Series, Fantasy Zone, Outrun, Space Harrier, Sonic the Hedgehog 3, and upcoming titles like Shining the Holy Ark. The page also provides instructions for completing the questionnaire. This page introduces GDNet, which stands for Game Designers Network, a newly formed group of 9 creator companies. They emphasize their commitment to quality games, referencing the high praise for titles like Lunar. The page focuses on GDNet's debut project, a game from Onion Egg, a company established this year as a newcomer under the GDNet umbrella. This game is a simulation RPG and is being touted as a major title in the vein of TV anime and theatrical hits like Slayers. The official title is still undecided, but it's being called Slayers. Tentative title. The game is described as using a unique step-up system for battles, focusing on character individuality and leveraging character parameters for strategic gameplay. The page teases that you can acquire 2 original characters in the game. Character artwork is shown, including characters named Lark and a monster called Plus Demon, with Lark positioned as the main character reminiscent of Lena Inverse from Slayers. GDNet features updates from several developers. Quintet is developing a new racing game and an RPG, known for the creation and destruction themes in games like ActRaiser. Sting is making progress on Baroque, with 3D environments, and previously worked on Treasure Hunter Stag. Treasure is working on visuals for their game, known for action games like Guardian Heroes. Japan Art Media, JAM, is developing the stylish RPG Requiem, with Lunar development wrapping up, and the Saturn version of Lunar coming in October. JAM is also hinting at a simulation RPG, Magic Academy Lunar. Finally, a special interview with Mr. Yuichi Miyagi from Game Arts discusses the Lunar series, focusing on interconnected stories, character development, and the upcoming Magic Academy Lunar, which emphasizes themes of love and friendship. Several developers are creating new content for the SEGA Saturn. Neverland is developing a revamped Chaos Seed with a new scenario and cinematics, alongside a seafaring adventure game, Team Pirate. Bits Laboratory is making progress on BASIC for SEGA Saturn, improving polygon display and AI. CSK Research Institute, CRI, is working on a major GDNet title, using advanced technology, and seeking software ideas and prototypes. They emphasize their history with games like Guardians Crusade and Sorcerian. GDNet is encouraging user feedback to influence game development. The Lunar series is also coming to Saturn, with Lunar, Eternal Blue, following the release of Lunar, the Silver Star. Future Lunar projects, including Lunar 2 Eyes or new titles, are being considered, and player opinions are valued. This page features an interview with Mr. Tetsuya Sasaki, Representative Director of Alpha System. Alpha System are known for their high technical skills and have been involved in numerous game developments. They are participating in GDNet to explore new possibilities for game creation. The interview starts by discussing Alpha System's history. Founded in 1988, they have developed games for a wide range of platforms, including NEC Avenue, Sony, and Sega. Some of their well-known titles mentioned are Godzilla Daikaiju Daikessen, a popular Super Famicom RPG series, Illusion City, Myst, and Hound Owl. Alpha System is joining GDNet because they believe it provides a space where creators can be more active and free. Mr. Sasaki explains their philosophy is rooted in the idea of freedom and the computer dream, emphasizing that they want to create an environment where game developers can fully express their creativity. They are currently working on several projects, including games outside of the action genre, and notably, they are collaborating with Mr. Shoji Masuda on Far East of Eden 2, Manji Maru. Mr. Sasaki mentions they are developing games with the goal of making things that entertain players, even dedicating a lot of time to fine-tuning and adjustments to ensure quality. They are utilizing X68000 hardware for development and are not limited to just consumer consoles. Alpha System believes in the alpha wave and algorithm, seeing themselves as a fantasy engineer and algorithm factory, aiming to create innovative and engaging games. This page focuses on the upcoming SEGA Saturn title, Mobile Suit Gundam Side Story 2, The Blue Destiny, emphasizing its twin-stick control system. It highlights that this sequel addresses user feedback from the previous Gundam Side Story game and has undergone significant improvements. The article mentions that the game is nearing completion at 95%, with the developers expressing excitement about its near release and hinting at the final jacket design still being in production. The page is keen to showcase the immersive feeling of piloting a mobile suit using the twin-stick controller. It details various control actions. Jump is achieved by pushing both sticks forward. Lock-on is automatic when close to enemies using the R button. Shot is triggered with the R trigger. Rotation movement involves pushing the sticks in opposite directions, and dash is performed by pushing the L button while moving a stick. There's also mention of dash cancel and special attacks, which use a combination of stick and button inputs for advanced maneuvers and powerful attacks. The article emphasizes the responsiveness and intuitive nature of the twin-stick controls, promising a realistic and engaging mobile suit piloting experience. It suggests that even complex maneuvers like jumps and rotations feel natural and easy to execute. Overall, the page is a preview and control guide, building anticipation for the game's release and highlighting its innovative control scheme as a key selling point. The next page continues to showcase Mobile Suit Gundam Side Story 2, The Blue Destiny. We see two mission titles here. First is Xeon Suppression Operation, listed as Mission 24, alongside a gameplay screenshot and a score of 15,425. The second mission is California Base Sweep and Earth Invasion Force, again with a screenshot and a score of 10,350, plus a text blurb describing the mission's background, mentioning you taking on a new assignment after the previous operation where Xeon's missile base was neutralized. This mission is set in California Base, a key military point for the Earth Federation, aiming to destroy the remaining Xeon forces. There are also two check sections highlighting improvements in the game. Check 1 focuses on the beam saber combat, explaining it now allows for up to 3 consecutive hits. Screenshots demonstrate the damage increase and how the attacks chain together. Check 2 talks about enhanced stage transitions, mentioning not just audio mission briefings anymore, but also character face animations, tactical maps, and wireframe 3D models of Gundams during communication, making the transition more immersive and dramatic. They even mention voiced lines during these scenes to further enhance the cockpit feeling. The Mobile Suit Gundam Side Story 2, The Blue Destiny, continues with a mission to eliminate the remaining Xeon forces. Players will face desperate Xeon remnants, with a focus on challenging DOM mobile suits. Screenshots display gameplay, including battles against DOMs and Zakus, highlighting the game's HUD and combat mechanics. Check 3 details: the improved mobile suit animations and attacks, emphasizing realism and faithful recreations from the anime. Like the Zox Rocket Punch and Iron Nail, the game encourages strategic use of dash attacks and long-range weapons. The next section previews an upcoming decisive battle, Nimbus vs. U scenario, promising a climactic fight against a rival pilot, potentially involving the exam system, and setting the stage for a showdown. This page highlights Shining the Holy Ark for the SEGA Saturn, revealing details about its battle system and enemy characters. The game emphasizes skills and mastery systems in combat. Basic commands are magic and direct attacks, but characters can unleash unique skills randomly during direct attacks. The more you use direct attacks, the more skills are triggered. There's also a mastery, or extreme system, tied to character parameters, allowing for powerful techniques. The page introduces Arthur, the protagonist, showcasing his sword skills in screenshots. Pixies are mentioned as a core element of the battle system, being captured and used in combat to influence battles and character progression. An interview with Sonic Takahashi from Sonic Software Planning discusses the development of the skills and mastery systems, aiming for a balance between powerful magic and strategic combat within the RPG framework, wanting to move away from just selecting magic from a list and make skills and techniques more impactful and engaging. This page continues the look at Shining the Holy Ark, introducing some of the party members and their combat styles. We get to see Rhodey, who we know is Arthur from the previous page. Seems like Rhodey is his Japanese name. He is described as a master swordsman and has 2 technique patterns showcased with screenshots, along with his normal attack. Next up is Melody, described as a healing-type character, not very offensive but skilled in support magic. Her technique pattern and normal attack are also shown. Finally, there's a Kane, who's introduced as a ninja-like character with many skills and fast attacks, illustrated with technique pattern and normal attack screenshots as well. The page also has a section called My Interpretation of Skills in RPGs, continuing Sonic Takahashi's thoughts from the last page. He talks about making skills meaningful in battle, not just random occurrences. He mentions wanting players to feel rewarded for using skills, suggesting a system where you choose your next skill command, and that skills are leveled up. He notes that they wanted to avoid magic becoming too dominant, aiming for a balance with close combat techniques. He mentions user testing with players from 9 to 24 years old who found the game enjoyable. He ends by asking players to look forward to the finished game. This article previews the enemies in Shining the Holy Ark, emphasizing their crucial roles in the story. The narrative will intertwine with characters ranging from common monsters to powerful figures, highlighting the Holy Ark. The page introduces key antagonists, including Lirukus, a powerful magic user and former ruler, Elise, a pure-hearted woman with hidden horns, and Bansha, a cunning, whip and sword-wielding adversary. The article also previews mid-bosses: Vampire, a mist-shifting bat demon; Head Viper, a monstrous three-headed serpent; and Breeder, a magically potent demonic insect. These enemies hint at the diverse and challenging encounters awaiting players throughout the game. This page continues the monster showcase, highlighting more of the enemies you'll face, and again hinting at their importance to the overall story. First up is Garm, a really intriguing character. It's questioned whether he's friend or foe, suggesting he's a mysterious figure deeply tied to the events unfolding. The text mentions he lives in Enrich's outskirts, serves Apollyon, and has been around for over 200 years, surviving by draining human lifeblood. Quite a backstory for a monster. Then we get a look at some common enemies. There's the Straight Pod, described as an egg-laying type that multiplies its numbers, a classic fodder enemy. Following that is Mirage, who attacks with strange magic, showcasing some in-game screenshots of their attacks in action. Next is Shinigami, which translates to Death God or Grim Reaper, and visually fits the name. It's described as having a face that isn't really a face, with blue light balls for eyes and mouth. They wield some kind of force and see humans as mere playthings. Sounds pretty menacing. Finally, we have the King Snail, described as a home-member monster, suggesting it's perhaps a stronger, more prominent enemy type, and they mention it's bigger than a human. And last but not least, Mad Flossom, a one-eyed plant monster whose body is shaped like a pot and it shoots missile-like projectiles. These enemies promise a diverse range of challenges in the game. This page is all about the upcoming SEGA Saturn title, Batpelva. They're calling it a poppy feel battle and deep battle game, which sounds like it aims for both accessible fun and strategic depth. From the screenshots, it looks like a top-down vehicle combat game. The article highlights the addictive nature of the game, suggesting it gets more intense the more you play. They emphasize the versus play mode, mentioning up to 6 players can battle simultaneously, maintaining a good balance even with that many players. The reviewer seems impressed by the depth of gameplay, beyond just simple controls. The sound design is also a key feature, drawing from genres like hip-hop, house, drum and bass, jungle, and reggae dub. They are calling it a game music genre, but more of a sound world, from sound directors Hiroaki Ikegami and Yuzo Koshiro. They describe the music as cool and club-like, aiming for a sophisticated sound. The game is 80% complete, with a planned release on November 29th. It's priced at 5,800 yen, and supports up to 6 players using a multi-tap. The developer comment suggests it's sure to be a hit, and exciting to battle with friends. This page details the machine setting aspect of Batpelva, showing how you can customize your vehicle for battle. It highlights 2 key areas: weapon specifications and machine performance. For weapons, you choose from a variety based on a budget, deciding what to equip and assigning them to buttons for easy access during combat. It mentions different weapon types for close, medium, and long-range attacks, impacting power and energy consumption. In machine performance, you can fine-tune your vehicle's stats using a 1 to 5 scale. This covers areas like front and rear armor thickness, movement speed type, weapon energy recharge, suspension stiffness, and tire grip. It's pointed out that some settings might be irrelevant depending on the vehicle type, such as tire settings for hovercraft. The page also touches on the characters, noting they are designed by a popular artist and add personality to the game. During gameplay, character expressions are displayed in windows. Adding further flavor, there are unique winning messages for different character pairings in battle modes, categorized by themes like Cool Couple or Military Maniac, bringing extra personality to each victory. Essentially, this page is showing how you can really get into the nitty-gritty of customizing your machine and team to fit your playstyle. This page is an advertisement for the SEGA Saturn game Magic Carpet. It highlights the game as a simulation and 3D action title from Bullfrog Productions, the creators of unique games. The main goal is to ride a magic carpet, defeat enemies, and gather mana. A key aspect is the freedom of 360-degree movement on the carpet. You can learn new spells and enjoy diverse attacks while strategically upgrading your city. The ad emphasizes the deep and engaging gameplay. It mentions that the game, although an import, is easy to understand once you grasp the rules, encouraging players to experience its fun. The page explains mana as magical energy, crucial in the game. Collecting mana dropped by defeated enemies is essential for leveling up and strengthening your own city. It advises against neglecting mana collection. It also provides tips for enjoying Magic Carpet, suggesting focusing on mana collection, monster battles, and effective spell usage. Movement and lateral movement are emphasized for dodging attacks and aiming. It also mentions that a map display is available in the game. The game is presented as being already 100% complete and highly anticipated, even compared to the PC version. This guide for Magic Carpet's Shisheka level offers key strategies. The primary objectives involve using spells on structures for mana, constructing and upgrading castles, obtaining the Big Fireball spell, and defeating enemies. 4 tips are central to success. First, utilize spells on houses and tents to gather mana and speed up regeneration. Second, build castles for mana storage and spellcasting. Third, find new spells in red pots. Fourth, defeat enemies to earn mana for upgrading castles, boosting their defense and size. Helpful hints are also included. Eliminate magic user enemies by destroying their castles. When searching for spells, explore suspicious areas and defeat all monsters, as this can trigger pots to appear. A post-level report will reveal if all spell pots were collected. The overall focus is to guide players towards understanding the game mechanics and achieving victory. This page announces the upcoming release of Necronomicon for digital pinball fans, a game promising unique gimmicks and described as a beautiful pinball experience based on the Cthulhu mythos. The game boasts impressive graphics and an eerie Lovecraftian world. The page details 3 different pinball tables available in Necronomicon and focuses specifically on the first table called Arkham. It explains the conditions to trigger multi-ball, round progression, and the jackpot, providing gameplay advice for each. For example, to start multi-ball on the Arkham table, you need to hit the library target and spell out words. Rounds advance by hitting the hangman target and then navigating the ball through specific ramps and holes. Jackpots occur during multi-ball and are big bonus opportunities. Additionally, the page mentions a score competition where players are encouraged to compete for high scores, submitting their scores either through mailed postcards or online via the Kataz website. This page continues the preview of Necronomicon, focusing on 2 more of its pinball tables, Bloody Tongue and Dreamlands. Bloody Tongue table requires players to activate multi-ball by hitting the left ramp, 1, and right ramp, 2, in sequence to spell out words. To advance rounds, players need to trigger the Brutality Tan round by hitting the central power switch target, 4, then successfully shooting the ball into the sacrificial stone, 3. The jackpot advice for this table highlights it as a super round, offering double points, and advises players to aim for the central power switch target to initiate the round and then target the sacrificial stone. Moving on to Dreamlands, this table requires players to hit the fire crystal target, 1, to start multi-ball, then send the ball to the ancient chain bar, 5, to lock balls, and finally aim for the moon rock, 4. For rounds on Dreamlands, players should pass through the left lane, 3, and right lane, 2, in order. After the round start light is on, they can aim for the moon rock, 4, to start a normal round. The page ends by describing Dreamlands as the final table, suggesting it is very difficult, aimed at advanced players, and requires careful attention to the entire table layout to succeed in getting high scores, in contrast to the Arkham table discussed on the previous page. The Aquazone Option Disc Series Volume 1-5 for SEGA Saturn enhances the Aquazone Aquarium Simulator. These completion rate 100% discs add new fish and accessories to your existing aquarium setup. Simply insert the option disc after starting the base game. Each disc focuses on specific fish and themes. OD1, Angelfish, offers elegant accessories. OD2, Black Molly, provides European-style decor. OD3, Blue Emperor, features cool-toned elements. OD4, Clownloach, adds natural and humorous decorations. And OD5, Ramirezi, focuses on natural, deep-water themes. Priced at 2,000 yen each, these discs enable players to create and nurture diverse miniature ecosystems, enhancing the virtual aquarium experience through expanding content and design options. This page is all about NHL Powerplay 96 for the Sega Saturn, highlighting it as a hot ice hockey game perfect for the winter season. The magazine emphasizes the realistic graphics achieved through motion capture, making player movements look incredibly lifelike on screen. The page details 4 main game modes: Exhibition, Season, Playoff, and World Tournament. Exhibition mode lets you play with any of the 26 NHL teams, including East and West All-Stars, or 16 national teams. Season mode allows players to compete through a full NHL season, and Playoff mode is for quick tournament-style action after the season. World Tournament mode pits national teams against each other in a competition to become the world's best. The key feature advertised is the 6-player multiplayer capability, using the Saturn's multi-tap, allowing for large group games with friends. The review mentions the game as complete and ready to go, with a price point of 5,800 yen and a December release date, positioning it as a must-have sports title for the Sega Saturn. The next page showcases Victory Goal Worldwide Edition for the Sega Saturn, highlighting it as the next big thing after the J-League version. The tagline is, "J-League's next is the world's strongest teams as opponents." It emphasizes the improved system and realistic player movements, calling it Victory Goal, but now on a global scale. This version boasts 48 national teams, a significant increase from the previous 16, and allows players to edit team names, adding to the immersion. The page points out that the gameplay is adjusted from the previous version, with new commands and controls added. They mention team rankings that will dynamically change based on results, with a playful question of whether Japan can surpass Brazil. Screenshots show in-game action, player close-ups, and goal celebrations. One section shows a series of actions from the previous work, demonstrating sliding tackles, ball control, and yellow cards, implying improvements or features carried over from the prior game. Another image shows a goal being scored, with the score at Japan 20 Brazil. The text in the screenshots mentions "shoot" and "goal," showing key gameplay moments. The magazine seems enthusiastic about this worldwide edition, highlighting it as a step up, with more teams, global competition, and refined gameplay, suggesting it's aiming to be a definitive soccer experience on the Saturn. This page is all about Victory Goal Worldwide Edition, which is being presented as the ultimate global football game for the Sega Saturn. It's taking the series to the next level, with the tagline, "Latest Rule Adoption, Worldwide Cup at the Summit." The game significantly expands its scope, moving beyond the J-League focus to include a massive 48 national teams, a huge jump from the previous 16. You can pick your favorite team and compete in the Worldwide Cup, mirroring the 1998 World Cup in France. Adding to the immersion, you can even edit the names of all 16 players in each team, letting you fully personalize your squad. Gameplay has also seen improvements, with enhanced field techniques and new control options while keeping the core mechanics familiar. They're highlighting new shooting techniques such as ground shots, loop shots, volleys, and even the keeper jump ability for goalkeepers. With tournament and cup battle modes available, Victory Goal Worldwide Edition seems set to deliver a comprehensive and exciting global football experience on the Saturn. This page is all about Puzzle and Action Ichidanture for the Sega Saturn, presented as a perfect party game. Part of the Sega Ages series, it's described as a light-hearted game that anyone can enjoy, even though it's actually the second in the series to hit arcades. It supports up to 4 players, making it great for a group. The core concept revolves around time travel. The story goes that the player's childhood memories are scattered through time, and to recover them, you need to fix a broken time machine by collecting its missing parts. Gameplay involves progressing through a map screen, and at each location, you'll face era-based questions and mini-games. There are 20 different types of mini-games to tackle. The page highlights that the questions change depending on the era you're in, even referencing things like Bandai products in the Showa-era questions. You'll also encounter stage bosses to challenge. Some example mini-games shown are Flying Leaves, Inserting Frogs, and Baton Bento Fate/Destiny, each with unique gameplay. Bonus games are also mentioned as being particularly challenging. puzzle and action. Ichidanfer also features a free play mode for up to 4 players. It's mentioned that the Saturn version is based on the arcade version, but includes new questions. The rules are simple. The first player to score 3 points wins. The game was slated for release on December 22nd at a price of 4,800 yen. This page introduces Princess Clara Daisakusen, an action shooting game for the Sega Saturn. It highlights key aspects to boost your score in the game. The page emphasizes character selection, showcasing 3 characters, Clara, Gray, and Kira, each with unique characteristics. Clara is described as balanced. Gray is slower but more powerful, and Kira excels in shot power. A crucial tip for high scores is to utilize both shot and attack moves effectively. Defeating enemies with shots and then using attack on animals and jewels changes the items they drop, influencing your score. Collecting jewels and animals is essential for leveling up your pure egg gauge, which seems to be a power-up system. The game encourages chain combos by defeating enemies consecutively to obtain higher value jewels. The page then previews 2 stages, Stage 1 and Stage 2, offering basic strategies for each. Stage 1 is described as relatively easy, advising players to get used to the controls and dashing. Stage 2 takes place on a train, with obstacles and narrow pathways, emphasizing the importance of combo attacks. Finally, it introduces 2 bosses, Spintura and Sky Lady. Spintura is a robotic crab boss that hovers in the air and cannot be directly attacked in that state. You need to defeat smaller crabs on the ground to damage it. Sky Lady is a giant battleship boss where you need to target the central weak point, dodging missiles by using shots and dashes. Shanghai Great Moments for the Sega Saturn is a puzzle game offering diverse animations and tile sets, including themed options like love and space, deviating from the traditional Shanghai pyramid. The core gameplay remains. Pair and remove unblocked tiles to clear the board. Success requires strategic thinking despite the simple rules. The game features various modes, including a 2-player option, a challenging tournament mode with 12 stages, disabling help functions, and God's Eye Strength mode. 4 game types are provided. Great Wall Shanghai, resembling classic gameplay, Beijing Shanghai with horizontal tile movement, Classic Shanghai, the standard style, and Action Shanghai, a fast-paced variant. The game emphasizes the captivating experience of watching tiles disappear, complemented by refreshing mode changes. Try Rush Deppy, a new action game for the Sega Saturn, is nearing its November 22nd release. This single-player title is a horizontal scrolling race game where players control Deppy in a cross-country journey from New York to Los Angeles. The game promises diverse challenges and obstacles, including plate customization, allowing for personalized license plates. Players will navigate 5 stages featuring unique environments, like a Las Vegas casino, the Grand Canyon, and forest areas. Gameplay includes minigame elements like 3D slots and requires players to deal with environmental challenges, such as elevation changes and sudden rain. The game aims to be a fast-paced, varied racing experience. This page is all about Crazy Ivan, a 3D shooting game for the Sega Saturn, and is shaping up nicely with a 90% completion score. A reviewer even says it's got the Ivan essence, with crazy robot action and satisfying weapon customization. The article highlights 3 diverse stages: Russia, Saudi Arabia, and France, giving us a taste of the global action. Russia is the starting point, emphasizing power suit controls and using road signs for navigation during boss fights. Saudi Arabia introduces tougher enemies and item pickups, with a focus on 2-stage attacks. France features challenging terrain with strong defense enemies, hinting at some intense battles there. There's also an operation instructions section with tips for all stages. It stresses understanding terrain and movement, as your suit can't fly, using cover effectively, and combining forward and parallel movements. Shields are important too, advising players to take time to destroy core shield generators and manage resources when damaging cores. Upgrading your mech is key, and the article points to customizing weapons and missiles. Energy cores are vital for upgrades and are gained by defeating enemies. Finally, it mentions tough boss battles and a time limit mechanic, warning that time over is Black Knight Moto time, emphasizing time management during gameplay. Looks like crazy. Ivan is packing in a lot of action and strategic depth. Hyperduel is a Sega Saturn shooting game set in space, featuring intense battles with transforming Buster Gear mechs. The game is structured into stages with gameplay and boss encounters. Players must manage their Buster Gear's 2 forms and watch out for enemies. The game offers a choice of 3 Buster Gear types at the start, each with unique stats and attack styles. The mechs are Sturm Forgal, Balanced, Pilot, Keith Spider, High Mustang, Fast, Pilot, Lisa Rowland, and Phalanx Smasher. Powerful, Pilot, Dr. Floatine Lloyd. The game emphasizes mech selection and pilot personalities, adding depth to the shooting action. This page is showcasing the upcoming SEGA Saturn game Street Racer Extra, boasting it's almost complete at 95% development. The page highlights the game's all-you-can-eat mode buffet of car battles, implying a wide variety of gameplay options. It details 2 main game modes, Race and Battle, and Rumble. Race and Battle is described as the core game, letting you customize race seasons and courses, offering modes like custom cups. Rumble mode is a chaotic battle mode where you try to knock opponents out of a ring, with difficulty levels affecting the ring itself. Easy has walls around the entire ring, while Crazy has no walls at all. They illustrate this with difficulty levels from easy to crazy, showing how the ring and opponent difficulty changes. Other features include customizable car colors, a minimal mode where cars are tiny, and viewpoint changes offering isometric and flat perspectives. There's also mention of 8-player battle mode for even more chaotic multiplayer action. The page ends with a question, are you easy or crazy? Hinting at the game's adjustable difficulty and variety of playstyles. It seems they are really pushing the customizable and varied gameplay experience. This page is a SEGA Saturn software complete guide. It looks like a preview page focusing on role-playing games that were released around autumn time. The page image features a group of anime-style characters, one wielding a glowing sword prominently in the center. It's likely these characters are from the games being featured. Looking at the text on the right side, they are highlighting games like Sakura Wars, Riglord Saga 2, Legend of Ogre Battle, Lunar, Silver Star Story, Langrisser 2i, Samurai Spirits, New Chapter Sword Flash, which is likely Samurai Showdown, Warriors Rage Internationally, and Bastugun, known as Blast Wind outside of Japan. The text at the bottom emphasizes that it's an introduction to a bunch of interesting topics centering around RPGs released this autumn, and it's supposedly a good read. This page is all about Sakura Wars and the featured combination attacks and minigames within it. It seems to be highlighting a reader's poll where Sakura Wars was voted number 1. The page details combination attacks performed by different characters, explaining when and how they can be used in the game. It mentions 7 minigames and combination attacks that appear throughout the game depending on certain conditions being met, hinting that some might be hidden or require specific timing. Each combination attack is detailed with the characters involved and the stage in the game where you can use them. For example, Sakura and Miroku have a combo called Destruction Sword, Cherry Blossom Riot Dance, available in Stage 6, used against the Red Scorpion Squad. Maria and Zolde have Zolde Bolota in Stage 3, described as a powerful dramatic attack. Kana and Sumire have Kujiryu Breaking in Stage 5, where the combination depends on their trust level. Iris has Iris Explosion Rose in Stage 4. Corian has Gorgeous Heavenly Elephant Burst Breaking in Stage 2. It also mentions a general combination attack, where the heroine and Great God's power is combined, usable when they are close to each other, affecting a wide area. It sounds like the page is encouraging players to discover all these team attacks and minigames within Sakura Wars. This page delves deeper into the world of Sakura Wars, showcasing 7 different minigames you can encounter throughout the adventure. It's framed as a guide to help you master these minigames and achieve high scores. The first minigame highlighted is called Okami's Lovely Target Shooting, a simple shooting gallery where you aim for a target score of 100 points. Next up is Sakura's Big Cleaning, which challenges you to navigate a vertically scrolling stage, avoiding obstacles and aiming for a score of 10,000 points or more. Sumire's Capital of Tabayo tasks you with guiding Sumire through a nighttime stage, dodging enemies, and reaching the goal in under 20 seconds. Then there's Maria's Cooking Harasho, a cooking minigame where you assist Maria in the kitchen, requiring memory, reflexes, and quick judgment to score above 90 points. Iris's Dressing Up Show is a slot machine-style game where you dress up Iris and aim for high scores exceeding 300 points. Following that is Kana's Guessing Child Game, a memory and judgment challenge, where you need to guess the child's name within 1 minute. Last. Kuran's Flower Fortune Telling encourages you to write a fortune message of 20 characters or more. The page gives target scores for each minigame and hints at what skills you'll need to succeed, like memory, reflexes, or quick thinking. It seems like mastering these minigames adds another layer of fun and challenge to Sakura Wars. This page is all about Riglord Saga 2 and dives deep into the game's mechanics. It highlights the power-up 3D RPG aspect, emphasizing the story flow and battle map strategies. The page points out that the game uses 3D rendered characters and backgrounds, which were a step up at the time. It mentions high and low differences in the 3 fields, which are ground, low altitude, and high altitude, impacting combat. Being at a higher altitude increases hit rates, making battles more advantageous, while ground-level characters need to be careful of terrain effects like slippery or falling areas. The page also talks about a skill system, where skills are gained by leveling up through actions like physical attacks, magic, and defense. Stronger skills become available as you level up, encouraging players to build up experience points. There's a new system, Skill Fusion, where combining physical and magical skills in battle can unleash even more powerful techniques, though failure means losing a turn. The article also mentions a wealth of character skills, boasting over 200 types carried over from the previous game. It gives examples like bow techniques and special magic. Balancing skill growth is key, and elemental attributes like wind and light and enemy resistances affect damage. It also mentions dragon techniques and priest martial arts, with screenshots showing special moves. The page emphasizes using terrain and strategic positioning, highlighting the capture enemies and allies mechanic where you can trap units in locations like pitfalls to your advantage. Riglord Saga 2's initial stages unfold in the back Yamatai region of the Riglord continent, visualized through a map detailing the player's journey. The path begins in the Dragoon Kingdom, 1, and progresses through Iga Village, 2, Goju Town and Kamui Kotan Village, 3, Kurikara Village, 4, ultimately leading to Getten Castle, 5. The story features Dragon Queen Mayu, a dragon warrior princess, and Prince Rasti, a magic user. Mayu starts with basic equipment, while Rasti begins with a tunic. 10 years after a war, peace is shattered, as Mayu and Rasti confront the magic nation of Katar. Their quest involves finding Mayu's father and forging alliances in Yamatai to counter Katar's threat. Players will face enemies as they traverse the map, embarking on an adventure across Riglord. The Yamatai region in Riglord Saga 2 features key locations like Iga Village, Nizuna Cave, and Goju Town. In Iga Village, players encounter Asuka, facing Katar forces, and join forces with Maiwagyu. Available weapons include long swords and crossbows. The Heaven's Bow is a notable item. Shinobi Asuka, a ninja prodigy, joins the party. Nizuna Cave introduces Shikigami Nizuna, with the Windbell bracelet as an obtainable item. Goju Town offers the opportunity to gain new companions. Players meet the female bandit Shiranami, who is infatuated with Asuka. Weaponry like prepared longswords are available. At the Goju Great Bridge, Miyu helps Tamamo, Asuka's childhood friend, while Shiranami is portrayed as a villainous merchant. The 8 Hills Curved Jade is a key item. This page details several locations in Riglord Saga 2. Kamui Kotan, a village near Iga, requires players to defeat Katar forces before rescuing villagers on Mount Hura. The spirit beast King Kamui joins the party, equipped with a long sword, helm, armor, and shield. Players can find wind shoes, power gauntlets, and a dream bow here. Hoshizuka Mound is the domain of the defensive boss Marsa, where the Urai Pearl is found. Next, Oboro Valley to Kurikara Village features bandits and the female boss Mizutama Hime, where the Wild Soul Sword is obtained. Kurikara Village grants access to the Thunder Secret Book and large water bucket. Finally, the Karyoku Factory, west of Kurikara Village, houses the powerful magician Tatara. Players must bring water to reach him. Tatara's initial equipment includes an armet, armor, and shield. This area contains items like the Paladin Sword, Magic Hat, Silver Shield, and Invisibility Cloak Ash. Quote, the Ura Yamatai region in Riglord Saga 2 features the Barrier Cave and Getten Castle. To bypass the Barrier Cave, collect the Heavenly Mirror, 8 Hills Jade, and Urai Pearl to confront Galzard. Getten Castle presents a battle map divided into blocks. Players must strategically lure enemies. Magic swordsmen, heavy soldiers, ninjas, spear soldiers. From the castle, block by block, various items are scattered throughout the castle, including defensive gear and stat boosters.
Before Getten Castle, visit Higata Port Town, controlled by the Kadaral army. Though travel is blocked, you can purchase weapons and armor there. Expect to meet Dirn and find items associated with her, like a magic book for magic defense and various gear with elemental properties. The Galzard battle involves Galzards, magic swordsmen, and spear soldiers on higher ground. Utilize physical attacks and/or magic, attempting to fight on the same level terrain for a tactical advantage.
This page details strategies for battles in Riglord Saga 2, focusing on 2 key locations.
The first section covers the 7 Committee Tower within Getten Castle. It describes how Mew mysteriously vanished using an instantaneous movement device and ended up imprisoned in the tower's control room. We are introduced to Angie, a sword demon summoner character, with her starting equipment listed. The battle map highlights item locations marked A to E, which include a magic hat, power glove, mana water, tiger claw, and elixir, alongside traps. The enemies in this tower are magic swordsmen, heavy soldiers, and spear soldiers. The second section moves to Port Town Polaron and the Highland Mountain Path, focusing on the resistance against the 7 Committee. It explains that Mew and Angie escaped and are heading to Polaron, where they will meet Rusty and Deersine. The battle map here shows item locations A and B, which are unknown, and enemies including the powerful Clishan Great Sage, lizards, and Obus. The strategy tip mentions Mew transforming into a dragon to protect Angie for easy victories. It also notes treasure chests might be unreachable, and hints that large trees near the goal are significant. The Clishan Great Sage is highlighted as having a natural recovery ability, regaining HP each turn. This page from a gaming magazine addresses common questions beginners have when playing the game Legendary Ogre Battle. It's structured as a question and answer guide to help players understand the game's strategy. One key question is, how do you raise the chaos frame?
The answer explains that the best way is to liberate cities. It emphasizes using units with high alignment as they are better supported by the people in liberated cities. The page then presents a comprehensive class change list. This table details the different character classes and their upgrade paths, along with the required level, alignment, and charisma stats for each change. It shows class branches for fighters, who can become knights, and then paladins or vampires. Beast tamers, who can become beast masters, dragon tamers, and dragon masters. Doll masters, who become enchanters, and wizards who can evolve into goetics, necromancers, or liches. The page highlights that class changes are important for unit development and depend on specific parameters, and that even higher classes are available through special conditions or items. This guide provides further insights for Ogre Battle beginners. For combat, Scatter Attack is recommended, while Target the Leader is better for liberating towns. Weapon attributes are crucial. Use the Lee button to check stats and prioritize holy weapons against undead. To improve slow unit movement, include Hawkmen or Griffons for increased mobility. If you're not recruiting, your unit may be full. The maximum is 100 members. The page also expands the class change list. Amazonesses evolve into clerics, priests, bishops, valkyries, and freyas. Witches become princesses. Mermaids become nixies. Hawkmen become valtas and then ravens. Angels evolve into Elohim and then seraphim. And devils transform into demons and then satans. The list details required level, alignment, and charisma for each class advancement. This guide focuses on mid-game scenarios in Ogre Battle, specifically Wars 9 and 10. In the Castrato Sea, War 9, players must rescue fishmen and are advised to navigate without flying units. The Brunhild, holy weapon, can be found in a hidden church in the Northern Islands. In Diaspora, War 10, the objective is to liberate Somuel and use it as a base. Players need to find the Key of Hafha in a church northeast of Somuel, then exchange it for the centaur statue. High Chaos Frame players can recruit Norturin after the Royal Palace battle. A witch in Bivaroa offers useful information. The guide concludes with a monster list detailing families like fairies, pumpkinheads, giants, griffons, wyverns, hellhounds, and octopuses, including level, alignment, charisma, and a 1-point tip for each. This SEGA Saturn magazine guide covers War 11 in Ogre Battle, focusing on Castrato Valley. The primary objective is to aid a runaway princess. To succeed, maintain a high chaos frame and recruit Knight Lumani from the General Albiad region's Southern Church. Her recruitment is key to defeating the boss. The stage is described as uncomplicated. Advanced tips include: characters revive after battle completion, and unit leadership automatically transfers upon the leader's death. A dragon chart details various dragon types, levels, and alignments. The guide then previews the upcoming Galbia Peninsula liberation, hinting at the Sky City as the next destination. Players are advised to seek Chaos Gates, openable with the Holy Sword Brunhild, and look for treasure hunter allies. The map will reveal Muspelheim after completing this stage. This page is dedicated to Lunar Silver Star Story, diving into the Marius region, which is the third main area of the game. The guide highlights that while the Marius area is large, traveling across it is relatively peaceful, without constant enemy encounters. Reaching the end of this area is considered roughly the halfway mark of the game. The page features a numbered map of the Marius region, alongside lists detailing the locations players have visited previously and the areas this guide specifically covers. The current in-game objective is for Alex to regroup with his companions after something happened at the White Dragon Cave that caused them to become separated. The guide suggests seeking out previous allies again. It also points out that the White Dragon Wings item is useful as it allows for warping across the map. The page includes screenshots showing various gameplay moments in towns and dungeons. This page continues the Lunar Silver Star Story Guide, now focusing on the events after the Marius region, in a place called Lytia. It seems your party has grown, and you're heading through Nanza's Pass and then into Lytia Town, which is apparently full of bandits. The guide mentions you'll need to deal with these bandits and eventually reach Mirod's Forest and Rui's Dwelling. There's also a section highlighting Air's Tower within the Mud Swamp of Bandits. This tower is presented as a dungeon filled with puzzles and quizzes given by a demon, who is referred to as the Keeper of Knowledge. Reaching the top floor is described as a tough challenge but essential for obtaining valuable items and hints for your journey. The page also shows floor plans for the first 6 floors of Air's Tower, hinting at its layout. Finally, there's a This Month's Face section, spotlighting a character named Killier. It also touches upon female characters, like Zenobia and Falich within the game, noting their design and role in the game's era. It seems to be commenting on character design and possibly the female representation in the game. This page continues the Lunar Silver Star Story Guide, picking up after the Lytia bandit situation. It seems after dealing with the bandits and Rui, you need to return to Lydia to retrieve the White Dragon Wings. The guide then moves on to getting on board a hot air balloon in Ilk Village. Apparently there's a problem to fly the balloon. You need Fua bugs, and these are only found in a specific place. The guide humorously notes that the hot air balloon is indeed high and fast, perfect for reaching your destination, especially the Red Dragon Cave. Speaking of which, the next section highlights the Red Dragon Cave, located in the Marius region, described as a volcanic cave. Predictably, Rui is encountered here again. It seems you're after the Red Dragon scale in this dungeon, which is said to be quite challenging, with strong enemies and requiring MP recovery items. The guide recommends preparing MP recovery items beforehand, especially since you already have the White Dragon Wings. Floor maps of the first 4 basement levels, B1F to B4F, of the Red Dragon Cave are shown. There's also a fun little off-time section showing the party relaxing in hot springs in the Marius and Stargazer areas, specifically in Ardina. It mentions that there's a men's bath and a women's bath, perfect for washing away dirt and tiredness before moving on. This page continues the Lunar Silver Star Story Guide and moves to the Stargazer region, specifically Lighton Village. After escaping the Red Dragon Cave, you seem to have had an airship mishap and landed nearby. Upon entering Lighton Village, you are met with a strange singing voice. The guide suggests this voice is somehow related to a monster in the Windbell and advises investigating to find the source. The screenshots show scenes in Lighton Village where characters are discussing the strange song, and another shows them entering a cave. The guide highlights Lighton Cave and presents a map of this dungeon. It reveals that the cave is the location where 2 singing voices call to each other, leading to the discovery of a shrine. The text describes how inside the cave, Ars and Luna's singing resonates, and suddenly a shrine emerges from the lake. The final screenshots show the shrine appearing and the characters inside it. The guide declares this to be the Blue Dragon Shrine, marking the culmination of this part of the adventure and breaking the silence of the area. This page dives into Langrisser 2I with a guide for Scenario 28 titled The Devil's Defense Line Part 8 and Scenario 29, The Master of the Demonic Sword, Bozal. Scenario 28, The Devil's Defense Line, advises players to calmly take on the challenge. The story revolves around facing Fensaria, one of the 3 demon lords, and escaping from Glorb's pursuit. The winning condition is defeating Glorb and escaping. The guide suggests grouping units to deal with surrounding enemies, using attack support magic effectively, and conserving MP for later. It also notes that Duran's troops will be effective against undead enemies using Turn Undead. Moving on to Scenario 29, The Master of the Demonic Sword, Bozal. The goal is to seize the main hall and break through the center. The strategy here is to advance all units forward initially, positioning units on the sides to avoid enemy ranged attacks. Summoned creatures are recommended to deplete the enemy's MP. The guide emphasizes focusing magic attacks on Bozal, especially when he starts casting Meteor, as this signifies the final phase. Utilize any remaining MP and strong attack magic to take down Bozal. This page continues the Langrisser 2 guide, now covering Scenarios 30 and 31. Scenario 30, titled Assemble the Defense Formation to Protect the Watergate, is all about survival. The key point is to protect the Watergate at all costs, as its destruction means game over. You'll need to deploy your troops strategically around the Watergate to defend against a large enemy force approaching from both the southeast and west. The guide highlights that the enemy is numerous and highly mobile, so quick and decisive action is vital. Victory is achieved by wiping out the enemy forces and ensuring D Hart is defeated while keeping the Watergate intact. Moving on to Scenario 31, Storm into the enemy camp in one fell swoop. This one focuses on an aggressive assault. The narrow bridge is identified as a crucial point. Crossing it will draw heavy enemy fire, including arrow attacks and magic. The suggested tactic here is to use summoned beasts to draw the enemy's attention and absorb the initial attacks. Once the summoned creatures have taken the brunt of the damage and distracted the enemy, you can unleash your ranged units to inflict damage. Victory here is achieved by completely annihilating the enemy forces and defeating Vald. This page continues the Langrisser 2 strategy guide with Scenarios 32 and 33. Scenario 32 is titled Fierce Blood King Wilder and advises you to split your forces to attack. The battlefield has 2 bridges, and enemies are positioned to counter attacks from both sides. The guide suggests dividing your forces and attacking from both directions. It recommends using magic to weaken enemies initially, then launching a full-scale assault to defeat Wilder. Victory is achieved by defeating Wilder, while defeat occurs if D Hart is killed. The story snippet mentions Wilder's confusion being linked to Velzaria, and the connection between Ermelink and Raphael. Scenario 33, titled Because of Hell, highlights the availability of NPC assistance, but warns they are not very helpful. There are NPCs in the town to the northeast, including Layla and townsfolk, and Ermelink will temporarily join your side. However, the guide stresses not to rely too much on NPC protection, as enemies will cross the river and invade the town. Dark Knight reinforcements and monsters led by Lag might appear. The main objective is to quickly defeat Lag. Victory is achieved by defeating Lag, while defeat results from the total annihilation of the citizens. The story segment again points to Wilder King's confusion being caused by Velzaria, and Ermelink, who rebelled against Velzaria, is now confronting Raphael's capital. This guide covers Langrisser 2 scenarios 34 to 36. Scenario 34, Shape of Heart, involves rescuing Artemuller, with enemy reinforcements appearing. Victory requires defeating Artemuller before Harbert is killed. Scenario 35, True Heat, pits you against the demon General Geyer. Defeat him to win, but protect Harbert. The story involves stopping Chaos's resurrection. Scenario 36, Legends Beginning, is a final battle against Bozal with a 17-turn limit. Protect D Hart and the citizens. The guide also reveals secret techniques, including cheat codes like a sound test, super shot menu, and free as an ally. To get the true ending, you need free as an ally, a successful heroine confession, and someone wielding the Langrisser sword. The page concludes with cryptic hints for hidden items and locations. This page highlights Samurai Showdown 2-1, Blades of Blood, and focuses on Zankuro Minazuki,
who is described as the Oni or demon of the game and the final boss. The text explains that his strength is truly demonic and outlines his moves, stating he is incredibly powerful with long reach, speed, and sharp sword skills. A command list table shows some of his special moves, including names like Limitless Lawless Sword, Heavenly Punishment, and Fearsome Roar Slash. The page mentions that, in story mode, Zankuro appears after the 5th battle and is exceptionally tough to beat in the final black stage. It also talks about Kuroko, the black-clad man, who transforms into a powerful version of the player's character in a surprising twist, asking, after all, is Kuroko also strong? There are screenshots of Zankuro in combat and artwork of other characters from the game. This Samurai Showdown 2 strategy guide focuses on beating the computer-controlled opponents in Zankuro Musuken. The guide recommends starting with jump attacks for their high hit rate and knockdowns. Command throws are highlighted as simple yet effective, even against the final boss. Continuous techniques, initiated after jump attacks or close range, are discussed, favoring fast characters for combos. Character-specific strategies are also provided. For Hizame Shizumaru, the guide focuses on his umbrella thrust, followed by his other special moves. For Rimuru, the guide focuses on her command throw and advises repeating it for success. To counter the Kripu's tendencies, the guide suggests using jumping attacks to disrupt their aggressive patterns. For Rimuru, command throws are also recommended to counter the Kripu's frequent use of throws and special moves. Quote, the next page of this Samurai Showdown 2 guide dives into specific character strategies for tackling the CPU. For Kubikiri Basara, they recommend starting with command throws and jump attacks as a reliable pattern. The guide suggests that even if the damage isn't huge, you can keep using this tactic to wear down the CPU. Moving on to Gao, the strategy shifts to jump and attacks, strong slashes, and guard cancels. The reviewer notes that Gao is a character who relies on power and suggests mixing up close-range attacks with throws, emphasizing guard cancels as a key to victory. For Amakusa, the guide emphasizes closing the distance to the opponent right from the start of the round. They suggest using special moves like his projectile attack to control space, and then following up with jumping attacks when the CPU tries to approach. Finally, for Haomaru, the strategy centers around reacting to the Kripu's actions. When the CPU uses its special move, the guide suggests countering with Haomaru's own special moves. They also mention that jump attacks are effective, especially when the CPU tries to jump. The reviewer points out that using Haomaru's special moves at the right time is crucial for victory. This page continues the Samurai Showdown 2 character strategy guide, now focusing on Nakoru, Hattori Hanzo, Galford, and Jinan Shiranui. For Nakoru, the guide suggests using her command throw, Leila Ochiki, and jump attacks. They recommend starting with jump attacks to get airborne, and then following up with the Leila Ochiki throw when landing. This is presented as an effective pattern to use against the CPU. Moving on to Hattori Hanzo, the strategy revolves around utilizing his bombs and command throws. The guide points out Hanzo's bomb moves and suggests using them to pressure the CPU. They recommend launching jump attacks early to get into the air, and then performing command throws when the CPU is guarding. Guard canceling is also highlighted as a key tactic. For Galford, the advice is to use his rolling crush and strike heads attacks. The guide mentions that Galford is strong in jump attacks and command throws. They advise using jump attacks in the air and then command throws upon landing. It seems simple jump-strong slashes are also effective. Lastly, for Jinan Shiranui, the strategy is to use jump-strong slashes and mid-level slashes. The guide suggests that Jinan mostly waits for the opponent to attack and then counters. They advise using jump-strong slashes and mid-level slashes on landing. They warn to be cautious when using throws, as the CPU is good at countering them. This strategy guide focuses on Haomaru and Ukyo Tachibana in Samurai Showdown 2. For Haomaru, the guide advises using strong jump slashes for their range and power, and incorporating them into combos. It also warns of CPU counterattacks, particularly the rising swallow return slash. For Ukyo, the guide emphasizes the effectiveness of his Sakura slash and swift stroke, recommending button mashing for easy execution and guard breaks. CPU Ukyo frequently uses Secret Sword, Swallow Return Slash, and Secret Sword, Swift Stroke, making predictable jump-ins risky. Guide also introduces an option attack value setting. This setting allows for adjusting attack power across 6 levels,
ranging from minimal damage at level 0 for combo practice to max damage at level 5, where a single strong slash can be fatal. This Batsugun strategy guide caters to players struggling with the game, especially from Stage 3 onwards. The guide primarily focuses on arcade mode, encouraging practice. It highlights the importance of ship selection, detailing 3 types. Type A, beginner-friendly wide shot. Type B, concentrated firepower, skill required. And Type C, difficult and 2-player. Stage-specific tips are provided. Stage 1 emphasizes power-up collection and prioritizing durable enemies. Stage 2 advises players to watch for water-based enemies and to obtain level 2 power-up before the boss fight. The guide also covers the Stage 2 boss, Madzella, explaining its initial combined form and subsequent split into multiple parts. It recommends focusing attacks on the central core initially, then shifting targets after the separation. Stage 3 in the Batsugun Strategy Guide features increased enemy numbers and bullet speed, demanding consistent power-ups, aiming for level 3. The guide highlights point 4 as a challenge, but advises against excessive concern about reaching max power there. Strategic bomb use on the ground and avoiding screen edge pinning are recommended. The Stage 3 boss, Mad Steel Darkness, requires destroying side armor, then central armor, in its initial form. Its final form presents water pillar attacks, with a strategy of synchronizing movement and careful positioning near edges to evade bullets while attacking the core. Stage 4 is deemed exceptionally difficult. Bomber items are plentiful and vital for clearing the screen. The core strategy involves constant small movements, particularly at the screen's bottom, to evade dense bullet curtains. Anticipating bullet trajectories and utilizing precise, minor movements is crucial for survival and completing the game. The next page dives into boss strategies for 2 games, starting with Boss Jupiter. For Jupiter, it breaks down the fight into sections like the rear, central, and front areas. The rear area strategy suggests positioning in the middle or sides, and timing movements to dodge bullets. In the central area, the focus is on taking out the core first, being mindful of circular and cross-shaped bullet patterns, and to mostly avoid, rather than destroy, the smaller homing shots. The front section is divided into initial and final forms, where in the initial form you need to move left and right to avoid lasers and deal with Type A and B sections, and in the final form, propeller-shaped bullets appear with laser targeting, advising to destroy the laser first and use bombs when needed. Moving on to final stage, it briefly talks about ship type selection, suggesting Type B ships are better for power-ups and guided shots, while Type A is recommended for score-focused players to try out. Finally, it covers Boss Ground of the Galaxy. For the early to mid-stage, it highlights 3-way bullets and lasers, advising left and right movement, and noting the appearance of new platforms. For the final phase, after platform destruction, warships appear from the sides, with multi-directional bullets coming from above, recommending horizontal movement at the bottom and targeting the central area, with bombs being useful for this final push. This issue of Just Meet Elf highlights a SEGA Saturn event where readers challenged Tama-chan in Virtua Fighter 3 while wearing school uniforms. Tama-chan dominated the competition, resulting in a sore arm. The magazine also provides standard mail-order information for Elf merchandise. The Elf message board features reader comments reminding users about mature content in Elf's PC games, particularly mentioning Uno and emphasizing the 18+ age restriction. Game news focuses on Dragon Knight 4, a simulation RPG hybrid featuring the son of the previous protagonist, along with characters like Kareru and Takel, promising a large cast and a grand story. The magazine also announces a giveaway for Dragon Knight 4 Teleka telephone cards, with a submission deadline of November 21st. The issue includes images of the Virtua Fighter 3 event and art from Dragon Knight 4. In an interview titled, Sakura's Little Secrets I'll Tell You Only to Satamaga-san, Hiroi Oji, the general producer of Sakura Wars, expresses his surprise at the game's widespread success, initially anticipating appeal only to hardcore gamers. He credits the development team's focused efforts, especially the music by Kohei Tanaka, character designs by Hidenori Matsubara, and the use of CG. Gameplay emphasized simulation and adventure to be accessible. Hiroi confirms plans for a sequel, Sakura Wars 2, addressing fan expectations regarding CG animation and character popularity. He indicates the sequel will incorporate anime-like elements and aims for release around 2 months after the interview's publication, seeking reader feedback regarding the sequel's development.
This page continues the interview with Hiroi Oji, who talks more about game development, especially for Sakura Wars 2. Hiroi mentions he is surprised by the success of the first Sakura Wars and emphasizes that they focused on creating something unique. He talks about the challenge of balancing player expectations and delivering something truly enjoyable, mentioning the pressure of sequels to surpass the original. He discusses that they aim to create games that players feel good about purchasing, emphasizing the importance of quality and replayability. Hiroi mentions aspects like the battle system being carefully considered and adjusted based on player feedback. He also talks about the importance of scenario writing, emphasizing that it's crucial to create compelling stories and characters for players to connect with. He touches on his preference for original work and the value of creators taking ownership of their ideas and visions. Hiroi concludes by expressing his dedication to creating games that resonate with players and provide lasting enjoyment, mentioning that he wants to make games that feel like a good purchase and are worth the player's time. In this interview, Hiroi Oji reflects on the unexpected success of Sakura Wars, expressing gratitude for fan support and the dedicated team. He credits the game's high quality to the SEGA development staff and collaborators. He discusses the musical aspects of the game, including incorporating diverse genres like jazz and traditional Japanese styles, emphasizing the importance of the music in the revival of song and ballad opera. He also expresses his desire to create Sakura Wars 2 if a compelling story arises. Finally, the interview concludes with a giveaway of autographed posters, encouraging fan participation. This page is a GW Gameware reflection meeting page, where user feedback on the GW Gameware section of the magazine is being addressed. It seems users have been giving their opinions on the content, and Mori, presumably an editor, is responding. Users want more music-related content in the GW section and are suggesting improvements to the CREDROM format, wanting more value for money, like more digital galleries. One user even suggests making it more like a music corner within the magazine. Mori responds by stating that GW is not intended to be just miscellaneous information, but aims to be a unique and balanced mix of game and information content. He says they are taking user feedback seriously and will consider it for future planning. He addresses concerns about mini-games, saying they should reach a certain standard of quality, as should connected games. There's a featured CREDROM called Vampire in Brooklyn Bizarre World Creator, which seems to be a demo disc compilation. The description mentions characters like Maximilian, Eddie Murphy, and Rita, Angela Bassett, from the movie Vampire in Brooklyn, and highlights interviews with American artists and music content. Finally, in Nemo's talk, it's mentioned that user submissions are being used for the GW section, and discusses the concept and direction of GW, aiming to be interesting and experimental, focusing on connected games and other new genres of software. This text explores various aspects of a Saturn-era gaming publication. It begins by highlighting the Saturn's power memory cartridge, essential for saving game data, particularly for SNK titles. A section then details the Document Gameware feature, a 6-step process for integrating user-submitted artwork into games, starting with hand-drawn submissions and culminating in in-game integration. Police Notes focuses on the adventure game Police Knots, praising its immersive world and narrative. A column offers a reflective Disneyland visit, contrasting the cheerful scene with a more poignant observation about belonging. Finally, Namo's talk continues discussion on user submissions, reinforcing the experimental nature of user-generated content and providing submission details. This page presents a feature from SEGA Saturn magazine focusing on sentimental graffiti, highlighting reader ideas to enhance the game's quality. The article spotlights Aomori and Ishikawa prefectures and features profiles of Ayako Adachi and Miyuki Hosaka. The page delves into popular meeting spots in Aomori, specifically between Aomori Station and the station building, known by locals as Ebina. This nickname, Ebina, apparently comes from the fact that people wait there like sardines. Ebi is shrimp in Japanese. The article includes reader submissions about this location, like descriptions of the Ebina Fountain and the Ebina Rabina shopping center in the area. It even mentions a taxi driver who described a secret hot spring spot nearby with wooden chairs. The feature also includes a character profile for Ayako Adachi, detailing her personality as a kind, older sister type, popular amongst fans, and discusses her character traits and background. Finally, a section called Today's Question asks, "What kind of food is she going to make me eat?" giving a profile of Ayako, with details like height, weight, blood type, and favorite subjects, painting a picture of her character for the readers.
This page continues with the sentimental graffiti feature and talks about how the character's yukata look would surely suit her. It mentions that the Love road trip tickets have sold a whopping 26,865 copies. The article seems to be a discussion between editors and a writer named Tagai. They are talking about reader feedback and impressions of the game, with mentioning that readers seem to enjoy the game's atmosphere and the experience of visiting different locations. They specifically mention Ishikawa Prefecture as being beautiful. There's also a section titled Nationwide Strong Train Trip of the Super Express Rocket Han, where readers share their experiences traveling on trains. One reader, H-Shu, describes a 56-day trip to Hokkaido, Aomori, and Ishikawa, mentioning enjoyable train journeys and local food. They talk about meeting taxi drivers in Hokkaido who gave them local insights and even visited some secret spots. This section includes a small picture of people on a train, likely illustrating these reader experiences. It concludes with the editors planning their next feature in Fukuoka and Nagasaki. This page is all about Sega's popular arcade game, Wave Runner, and it's telling you how to get faster. It's from the Sega AM1 Research Institute, so it's official tips. The page focuses on beginner and intermediate courses, giving a complete strategy guide. It explains Wave Runner as an arcade-style game where you enjoy marine sports. It's not just steering, but also about using your body weight for realistic controls. For beginners, the basic controls are key, and even if you're not great at games, you can enjoy it. Just be careful not to bump into machines or walls. The final corner course is described as the most challenging, with sharp turns. You need to cut corners smoothly to avoid losing time. The page then breaks down the course into sections with numbered tips. For the start, it advises a start dash by keeping acceleration low to get ahead in the first corner and avoid crashes. For curves, it talks about gentle curves, where you should stick to the inside line, and sharp 90-degree corners, where you need to steer early. There's also advice for gentle U-turns, jump platforms, and even sections with pillars to watch out for, giving tips on how to navigate each part effectively and maintain your speed. The final corner tips reiterate the importance of body weight and steering to master the hairpin turn. This page continues the guide for Wave Runner, diving into the intermediate course. It builds on the beginner tips from the previous page and now focuses on specific sections of the course marked with numbers on a map. The guide walks you through 11 key points on the intermediate course, each with an image showing the gameplay and text explaining the best approach. Starting from the start line, it advises a quick start dash and then moves to the first jump, Jump Platform 1, recommending aiming slightly left for the jump. It then goes on to describe how to handle various corners, like cool jump, small jump platform, hairpin curve, cave course, and high waves warning corner. The tips include advice on steering, using body weight, taking inside lines on curves, and being careful of pillars and obstacles. For example, for the scurve, it suggests using weight shifting and early cornering. The guide emphasizes smooth cornering and maintaining speed throughout the course, with advice for jump platforms and tricky curves, all to help you master the intermediate level of Wave Runner. This page shines the spotlight on Red Eye from Last Bronx, proclaiming him the strongest character with explosive potential. It's a guide to mastering Red Eye, featuring gameplay screenshots and diving into his unique abilities. Apparently, Red Eye's second weapon is a Sanema, which is a Pacific Sari fish. The page details the commands to unleash Red Eye's special mode during fights, activated via a specific button combination after meeting certain conditions in the match. It also explains how to select Red Eye at the character select screen, emphasizing his speed and powerful moves, making him a top-tier character in Last Bronx. It mentions that Red Eye is similar to Gray in terms of special abilities, but he is even stronger and faster. This page is all about showcasing Red Eye's signature moves in Last Bronx, declaring them as unique and powerful. It's a move guide for Red Eye, breaking down his techniques with cool action shots. Moves like the double spin kick with 2 kick button presses, the mat slider by pressing back then forward and kick, and distance by pressing forward twice and kick are highlighted. Then there's the blind air kick and step toe, both using back, down and kick plus guard, and staccato slice with down and punch plus kick. The screw dive is performed by forward, down, and punch plus kick. The brainwash mount throwing technique is explained in detail too, broken down into PPKKG and P plus K variations, and then further PPP and PPPK combos. The guide emphasizes how these moves can be chained for devastating combos, especially the screw dive leading into a double spin kick.
There's also a scoop
Section revealing a secret about Gray. Apparently, he's the predecessor to Metal. It seems Gray was initially designed to transform into Metal after 100 in-game days, a hidden evolution. The next issue is teased to be Metal-focused, so it sounds like we'll learn more about this transformation then. This page details a Last Bronx Game Tournament press conference media competition that took place at Shinjuku Joyopolis back in October of '96. It sounds like a big deal with magazine editors competing, and the Gray Saturn Z team emerged victorious against the Gamus team. Adding to the excitement, the event had guest appearances from Lisa Lipp and producer Bia, who apparently performed and provided commentary. Moving on, we have the AM3 Research Lab Bia Corner, which is showcasing fan-created illustrations of Last Bronx characters. They've highlighted several artists and their work, giving kudos to Page N, PN, LB, Page N, PN, and Page N. Each illustration has a little comment about what the reviewer liked, such as capturing the cool feeling of Last Bronx or the character's expression. Lastly, there's a call for illustration submissions for the upcoming issue, and the theme is set for Christmas Last Bronx. If you're keen to submit, the deadline is November 22nd. Interestingly, they also give a shout out to folks who sent in books and other things besides illustrations, showing appreciation for all kinds of fan contributions. This page dives into the development of Gunblade NY, with an interview featuring director Yamashita Nobuhiro. They mention that this is an early version of Gunblade NY they're showing. Yamashita clarifies it's being made for internal presentations at SEGA, and describes it as quite rough around the edges. He talks about how the enemy characters changed from robots to humans, making their actions more realistic and challenging to animate. He mentions they went to Shibuya to take photos for backgrounds, and were initially considering other city locations before settling on New York. Yamashita also hints at the game's progression, starting with Battery Park in the first stage and evolving from there. The page showcases comparison screenshots between the older and newer versions of Gunblade NY footage. The older version looks more basic, like an early test, while the newer version shows more detailed environments and action, especially in the city setting. It seems the graphics and effects, stage composition, and overall look were being refined. Finally, it's mentioned that the game is currently in development for the Sega Model 2 board, and they are aiming for a full year of polishing before release. Yamashita ends by suggesting that if they were to make a Gunblade 2, it would definitely be set in an urban city environment. This page is from Dr. Watari's Computer Battle Machine Virtualon Lecture, Volume 17, focusing on the HBV05 Raiden Virturoid from Cybertroopers Virtualon. The page includes in-game text describing a scenario where a character, likely from the game's lore, boldly declares that only they can handle a certain situation with the Raiden, despite it being a somewhat forced or unavoidable circumstance. The text suggests a sense of enjoyment or thrill from facing this challenge. The page features an image of the Raiden Virturoid in action, and includes the phrase, "Invent something" on TH at the bottom, with the page number 204 on the side. It's marked as Sega AMR&D Department. Number 3 Rush. This page, page 205, continues the Sega AMR&D Department Number 3 Rush feature. The image is a really intense action shot, and it looks like we're still looking at Virtualon, and maybe the Raiden Virturoid from the previous page. It seems to be in the middle of unleashing an E-Way attack, going by the text at the bottom, with all sorts of beams flying around, really dynamic stuff. This page continues the intense action from the Sega AMR&D Department Number 3 Rush feature, and it's definitely still focused on Virtualon. We're following the pilot, Sarpin, and their partner Baymorphu as they navigate a mission. It seems they've just entered the main shaft block entrance and are now on the main shaft. The text describes a detailed play-by-play account of their combat scenario, emphasizing tactical decisions and combat strategies against enemy units, specifically mentioning Unit 210. They are using weapons like bazookas and lasers and are aiming to reach level 16 of the platform. The lower part of the page moves on to the platform edge area and introduces another enemy unit, Unit 200. It seems the player is facing different types of enemy mecha and needing to adapt their tactics accordingly. The whole page reads like a tense and exciting gameplay report, highlighting skillful piloting and strategic maneuvers within the game. This document details the damage reports from a battle involving 2 HBV05 mecha units and enemy forces. It provides a breakdown of damage to the units, including head damage, cockpit block damage, and sensor failures. The pilot's statuses are listed, revealing injuries and a fatality. Lieutenant Colonel Reisenbaum. The battle resulted in significant losses for the enemy, with 53 VRS destroyed. Some HBV05 units sustained irreparable damage, leading to a complete defeat. The Raiden squad's tactics, involving independent operations, are examined, highlighting their exhaustion and the acceptance of their fire extinguisher role. The document concludes with a somber acknowledgement of the heavy losses and the squad's strategic effectiveness in this conflict. This page of Express Neo Volume 33 is diving into the world of Virtua Fighter 3 secrets, specifically hidden winning poses. It seems there are special poses you can trigger before a match even begins, by holding guard, punch, kick, and pressing down on the lever. For Jackie and Kagemaru, doing this will make them strike a peace sign pose and say yeah after winning a fight. Hai also has a special pose. If she wins an excellent round against Akira, she'll blow him a kiss as part of her victory animation. Beyond poses, there's also a hidden duel stage. If you press the start button during stage select, you've got a 1 in 16 chance of getting a special duel stage with different background music. Apparently, there are even rumors of hidden sailor suit costumes. The team at AM2 Research Institute chimed in, with one programmer saying they enjoy adding these fun, quirky secrets, and hinted that there are still a couple more hidden things to discover in Virtua Fighter 3. So it sounds like the game is packed with even more surprises than we might already know. This page announces the release of the 1997 Virtua Fighter calendar. It's packed with brand new visuals and is based on Virtua Fighter 3. The calendar is highlighted as being quite anticipated and features carefully selected new artwork. The character designers for Virtua Fighter 3 were directly involved in creating all the visuals. The editorial supervisor was Mr. Suzuki Yu. The calendar is a 2-size and boasts 13 pages of graphics, starting with a double-page spread. December also gets a special double-page spread, and there are bonus postcards included. The creators mentioned that they aimed for an idol-like visual style, different from previous calendars. They also point out that character birthdays are marked throughout the year. They also mentioned they put a lot of effort into selecting visuals that would appeal to both Lion and Jackie fans. You can grab this 97 SEGA Virtua Fighter calendar in late November at SEGA stores and bookstores for 1,800 yen plus tax. It's emphasized to be a limited run item, so get it while you can. It's also highlighted as a great poster to enjoy after the month is over. This page from the AM2 Research Institute Information Bureau is all about Virtua Surf. Announcing its renewal and power-up, we hear from the AM2 networker, who gives us the lowdown on the game. He jokingly suggests players should ditch their leather jackets for white t-shirts for optimal gameplay. He dives into game strategy, discussing tactics for starting near the shore and adapting approaches based on different scenarios, even touching upon the game's sound and music. There's also a reader submission section, the AM2 Research Institute Gallery, showcasing fan creations like cute character drawings and short comics. We can see examples from creators in Chiba, Saitama, Tokyo, and Osaka, featuring various characters and styles. Excitingly, the page also mentions Sonic the Fighters, or Sonic Championship as it's known internationally, describing it as an enjoyable fighting Sonic game for the SEGA Saturn. Finally, there's a call for reader submissions for the AM2 Express Neo section. They're looking for postcards with illustrations, opinions, questions, and ideas for future content. As a cool incentive, selected contributors will not only be featured in the AM2 Research section, but also have a chance to win a special t-shirt designed by Yusuke Hashimoto's in collaboration between AM2 Research and SEGA Saturn Magazine. This page features reviews for 2 SEGA Saturn games, Riglord Saga 2 and Virtual On. For Riglord Saga 2, the Lady Users Group gave it a 7, praising the control improvements, graphics, and voice acting, but found the amount of text and menus excessive, suggesting it's beginner-friendly but possibly dull for veterans. The Game Mania Group rated it a 5, finding it confusing and tedious, criticizing the battle maps, systems, and generic story. Guest game writers scored it a 7, highlighting the battle scenes and 3D graphics, calling it a simulation RPG with good character interaction, suited for players who like strategic, slower-paced games. Moving on to Virtual On, the Lady Users Group awarded it an 8, appreciating its SF anime style, speed, weapons, and arcade-like controls, and enjoyable versus mode. The Game Mania Group also gave it an 8, acknowledging it as a good port with easy controls and fun multiplayer battles. Lastly, the guest game writers rated it a 9, emphasizing its quality as an arcade port for home play, especially in two-player versus mode, expressing anticipation for a potential rear phase versions. Overall, Virtual On received higher praise across all reviewers, particularly for its arcade action and multiplayer appeal, while Riglord Saga 2 had mixed reactions, with some finding it improved but others criticizing its tedious elements.
Precura Daisakusen, a scheduled release, received mixed reviews. Female users, 8/10, praised its cute visuals and accessibility. Herolers, 7/10, found it standard but well made. Guest writers, 6/10, noted its fast-paced action despite a shallow setting. Digital Pinball. Necronomicon, available now, also garnered varied opinions. Female users, 6.610, appreciated the pinball mechanics but desired more content. Narrated. Herolers, 5/10, criticized the lack of story and table design. Guest writers, 7/10, lauded the Cthulhu theme, atmosphere, and physics, recommending it despite a weak narrative. Shanghai. Great Moments, currently available, saw female users, 6.6610, enjoying the animations, but wanting more gameplay variation. Herolers, 8/10, appreciated the unique gameplay and hints, but found the difficulty high. Guest writers, 6/10, acknowledged its accessibility, but questioned the tile removal speed. This page showcases reviews for 4 SEGA Saturn games. First up is Feng Shui Sensei, a town-building simulation game. Female reviewers thought it was visually nice and relaxing initially, but quickly became tedious and lacked clear goals, giving it a 5 out of 10. Rollers really enjoyed it, scoring it a 7, mentioning the surprising depth, the atmosphere control, and even learning something about Feng Shui. Guest writers also gave it a 7, calling it a fun box garden simulation, praising the relaxing gameplay and enjoyable visuals. Next is Iron Man XO Manowar in Heavy Metal. Female reviewers found it a bit generic for a Marvel game, but liked the easy controls and two-player mode, rating it a 6. High Rollers also gave it a 6, feeling it was a basic side-scrolling action game, a bit outdated compared to older Mega Drive titles. Guest writers were slightly more positive with a 7, describing it as a Mega Drive-style action game that's solid and enjoyable for fans of the genre, although perhaps a bit too standard for others. Lastly, we have NFL Quarterback Club 97. Female reviewers gave it a 6, praising the detailed data and realism, calling it a true simulation, but noting the action was weaker than expected, suggesting it's better for strategy fans. Hickrollers were less impressed with a score of 5, finding it too complicated for newcomers, with difficult controls and overwhelming detail, recommending it mainly for hardcore American football enthusiasts. Battle Garega, misidentified as Sengoku Blade, received positive reviews. Female reviewers praised its fan service and visuals, 8/10. High Rollers appreciated the layout, 8/10. And guest strikers liked the sound, graphics, and design, 7/10. Fist garnered mixed opinions. Not bad, but enjoyed the combos and characters but criticized the balance, 4/10. Fighting or Gal Game found appealing graphics but questioned its genre, 3/10. Rough floating feeling is good, enjoyed the movement, 7/10. Flaws that are concerning because it's a masterpiece, acknowledged its quality, despite flaws, 8/10. Magic Carpet was generally well received. Rough floating feeling is good, like the freedom and graphics, 7/10. Flaws that are concerning because it's a masterpiece, found it enjoyable despite PC origins and control issues, 8/10. Pretty Fighter X received a negative response. Characters are important. Found the characters and CG good, but criticized the 3D graphics, balance, and limited extras, 4/10. This page features reviews and previews of several games, starting with Steeplechase winner, GI Complete Control Road. Female reviewers enjoyed its simplicity and focus on horse stats, awarding it a 5 out of 10. Hickrollers felt the presentation lacked compared to the original, giving it a 7. Guest strikers were confused by its arcade-like elements, but appreciated the straightforward gameplay, also scoring it a 7.
Next up is Try Rush Deppy, described as a stage-clearing action game with cute characters. Reviewers praised the easy controls and character design, but noted the increasing difficulty and potential appeal to advanced players. With a score of 6 out of 10, the editorial department's general review compared it unfavorably to Sonic, citing a lack of impact despite simple and enjoyable mechanics. They mentioned the fun of collecting items and its casual playability, but ultimately deemed it average, hard to recommend at full price, and gave it a score of 4. Finally, there's a preview for Vapor Trail, Hyper Offense Formation, known in Japan as Barcha-ku 2. It's announced for release at the year-end sales, and is touted as a perfected version of the arcade game, with improved graphics, sound, and gameplay especially for arcade fans. Another preview is for Making of Nightruth 2 voice selection, highlighting voice selection features and development details. Unlocking content in SEGA Saturn games offers unique experiences. In Wangan Dead Heat plus Real Arrange, win all scenario mode races to unlock night stages and special cars like Nightmare. Continue winning to unlock the true ending and vehicles such as the Road Blaster. Tokimeki Memorial Taisen Puzzle Dama features character dialogue unlocks, clear route mode, and access memories to view endings. Input button combinations after an airmail message for special voice lines. For a different experience, input specific names during character creation, canceling at the right moments, to transform puzzle gems into Koala Dama. Alien Trilogy uses passwords for powerful effects. Fill My Pocket 1TS grants unlimited ammo. Fishing for Gveens unlocks weapon select, Flyto, followed by a stage number, allows jumping to any stage. This page reveals hidden techniques for SEGA Saturn games, functioning as a cheat code resource. In Mysterious World El Hazard, completing all 8 endings unlocks CG mode, music mode, and movie mode in New Game. For Haunted Casino, pressing L and R during the raise up or call prompt, then left or right, and chain card again provides a method to get better cards. Sonic Wings Special allows players to unlock hidden characters, Kitashiro Kogane, and Mystery Man, by inputting a specific button sequence at the character selection screen. Lastly, in Destruction Derby, entering Damage as the player's name enables an invincible mode. Readers are encouraged to submit their own hidden techniques for various SEGA consoles, with prizes offered based on the bit rank of the cheat. This page showcases an advertisement for the SEGA Saturn game Necronomicon. It's a digital pinball game, and the advert highlights its release date as November 15th, with a price of 5,800 yen before tax. The tagline, "Sometimes you have to die to live," is also featured prominently at the bottom. Visually, the page presents a man standing in a street, surrounded by floating bubbles, possibly to give a surreal or digital feel to match the game's title and digital pinball theme. Company details for Kaz Company, Limited, the game's publisher, are also included on the page. This page is all about reader giveaways in SEGA Saturn Magazine. They are giving away 6 different prizes to lucky readers. First up, 20 people can win any SEGA Saturn game of their choice released before November 8, 1996, which is quite a generous offer. There are also Knights t-shirts for 3 winners, likely themed around the Christmas version of the game. Poster fans are in luck too, with 5 Eternal Melody posters and 5 Master of Monsters Stars posters up for grabs. Interestingly, they are also giving away 3 autographed Shikishi boards signed by Araki Hirohiko, the creator of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, which is a fantastic collectible for fans. Finally, 3 lucky readers can win the game Destruction Derby. The page also includes the application guidelines for entering the giveaway, and lists the winners from the September 27th giveaway, which was mainly SEGA Saturn games and related prizes. There's also an announcement about SEGA Saturn Magazine celebrating its 2nd anniversary, and plans for even bigger and better content in the future. It seems like they are really engaging with their readers and giving back to the community. The next issue is announced to be released on November 22nd. This page is an advertisement for the SEGA Saturn game Princess Crowns. It's described as a quarter-view scrolling shooting action game, supporting 2 players, and even including a special Print Club original tabletop calendar. The game is set to launch on November 15th and will cost 6,800 yen. The ad highlights several features, including 18 different multi-endings, and encourages players to shoot down enemies and rescue animals. Rescuing animals boosts your pure gauge, and a pure egg will grow on stage. It seems like Diamond is the ultimate power-up or item. As a pre-order bonus, the first 20,000 people nationwide can get a special B2 poster. The page features artwork of the game's characters and a couple of screenshots showing the gameplay. This page is showcasing the SEGA Saturn game Sengoku Ace Episode 2. It's being promoted as a side-scrolling shooting game, and it seems to be a sequel to Sengoku Ace. The ad highlights that the game is enhanced and upgraded for the SEGA Saturn. It mentions it supports 2-player simultaneous play and also allows for mid-game joining. The game comes on a premium CD-ROM. Key features mentioned are the initial vertical scrolling stage, which then transitions to side-scrolling gameplay, and the game boasts a large number of world settings. It's praised as a best shooting game in the genre. The character design is highlighted as popular among game fans, with the illustrator being Mr. Kingo. It also mentions over 30 multi-endings, which adds replayability. The ad mentions that it's a SEGA Saturn exclusive software on 2 CD-ROMs. It's categorized as a horizontal scrolling shooting game for 12 players. The release date is set for November 22nd, and the price is 6,800 yen, excluding tax. The page features artwork of the game's main characters and a couple of screenshots showing in-game action. The screenshots seem to depict typical side-scrolling shooter gameplay. There are also bullet points that mention premium CD-ROM contents, like a guest gallery, illustration contest award winners, and even fortune-telling related to Sengoku Ace characters. There's also information about pre-order bonuses, including a special B2 poster for the first 20,000 customers. This page is all about launching into battle. It's showcasing Cyber Troopers Virtual On, a battle simulation game for the SEGA Saturn. It's priced at 5,800 yen and coming out November 29th. Fans will be pleased to know it's designed to be used with the twin-stick controller for that authentic arcade feel. There's also a mention of a digital circus event by SEGA Saturn. Sounds like a digital entertainment showcase with interactive live action. This event will be held at multiple locations across Japan, including Yokohama, Nagoya, Tokyo, and Osaka, with dates spanning from November 9th to December 1st. Lastly, SEGA Saturn is celebrating its 2nd anniversary with a Happy Xmas Nights campaign. From November 22nd to December 25th, they are offering a special SEGA Saturn package deal, including a game, all for 20,000 yen.